All right, hello everyone.
Right.
Nice little crowd here. We're expecting a few more people to come in slowly. Just a quick introduction before we get started. The idea behind the event, the future of English schools in Japan, was me seeing many friends and colleagues that I've known over many years. Some of them struggling a little bit. And why are they struggling? It could be because of COVID, could be because the market's changed. Elementary school, English has now started in Japan, so I thought it'd be really good to get a bunch of people in one room, share some stories, but make some connections, and just see what we can learn from one another. So that was what was behind this. Just a couple thanks real quickly to Satomi Takagi for all of her help and support for warming up. I give her a round of applause. Also, Phil Yee, who's handling the Zoom session, has helped me a lot with the technical support. He's awesome. Thank you. Katie Yee also for her beautiful welcome sign that you all saw when you came in. And probably some, and of course, all the presenters, 8 presenters, some coming very far away, as well as all of you for making the trip. We've got some friends from Toyama and Yamanashi and where is that, Shadi? Chiba. So quite some distances that people have made an effort to travel and get here. And also a hello to everyone out there who couldn't make it on Zoom. Make sure you let us know if there's any technical problems. We do have one problem we know of, that the TV looks great in here. But for people on Zoom, there's this black line that's slowly rising, something to do with the refresh rates, I think. So hopefully we can get that sorted out for you at home. All right, with no further ado, Lawrence, are you ready?
Yes. Okay. All right. So yeah, we have a wonderful lineup, and the only reason why I'm here is to hear everyone else, right? So this first one, this is where you're supposed to get your coffee, kind of chat with people, and then tune in, pay attention, whatever. All right. So yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just put it over here. And all the people at home, I see Paul. Good. It's good to see him. So 25 minutes. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I'm like 38 slides. Okay. I'm going to talk. Strong communication is crucial. Yep. If you don't know me, my name's Lawrence. I'm from a little town called Tarui in Gifu, about an hour from here, wherever direction towards Nagoya. And I run a school called AES Eikaiwa. There we go. So just a little brief kind of history of it. I came to Japan in 2007. 2015, I opened AES with 4 students. 4 students. I expected a lot more. I think we've all been there. Opened the doors, 4 students showed up. 2017, 2 years later, that's when I feel I kind of stabled out financially. Don't have to eat ramen every day. So that was about 30 students. 2019, we were at 75 students. That's when I felt we were okay. We kind of know what we're doing now. We felt a little successful. 2020, that's when COVID hit. We still went up. We had 100 students then. And at 2022, so as of today, we have 170 students. Yeah, but my situation is I'm still running it on my own. I have my wife who's doing a lot. I think a lot of us are there too. But yeah, I'm single, owner operator. I know. Doris, that's something you need, right? I think that's in every kind of Eikaiwa startup business plan is you need a wife first, right? Yeah, so this is where I started. We started here, rented a house, lived upstairs, taught down here. I thought an ice cream would attract more students, right? This is actually Scott, and I took this from Scott. Oh. Yeah, it was his. Scott, he runs a shop out here, but yeah. So this was it. The ice cream brought 4 students, and that was it, right? So this is my very first advertisement. I thought Junpei would be here. I think he would die a little bit seeing how bad this is, right? Right. So clip art, everything, right? I think maybe you have the same one. So this was 2015, and 3 months ago, So we kind of grew, and 3 months ago, we moved into a new building. Oh, this is not it. Yeah, this is, how I started. I mean, sensory overload. It was, I don't know what I was thinking. And this is where we're at now as of 3 months ago. Yes, I know.
Graduated from the ice cream.
That's right. The ice cream is still there. Now, I didn't build it, but I'm partnering with this Gakudo downstairs, and so we're kind of doing things together. But they let me kind of rent the top. Everyone talks about the windows, not my idea. It's all that, but I get to use it. I get to benefit from it. This is the inside. This is what it looks like now. Carpet, courtesy of Eric. Thank you. I had to put a shout out there. Thank you very much for that.
Nobody else asked, okay?
Yeah. You should have. And so, so onto my topic. And okay, time-wise. So one of my students' moms, and she's a friend from a long time ago. She saw before I started the school. She's been with me for this whole time. She helped me move the school into the new building, and as we were talking, and she kind of asked, she's like, "Why is your school growing, and why do people stay when you don't talk to them?" Right? And so I was like, "What do you mean?" So at the old school, kids would come in, and we do 8 kids a class, and that kind of transition of 8 kids leaving, 8 kids coming. I don't have time to talk to the parents. We have maybe 1 or 2 come here to pick up the little kids, but the rest of them, they are just running to their cars, and we have no time to talk to them. And that's what she was referring to. She's like, you don't really talk to the parents, so how do you keep them happy? What's my next slide? Is this it? Yeah, and that was it. So, they don't see me talking to them, and I don't have the time, but I do invest a lot of time after lessons and just mail in and making sure anything happens. I'm on top of the communication with the parents there. So I focus a lot on the communication with the parents. And okay, so before that, I want to tell a story. All right, so let me kind of step aside from the presentation for a little bit. The scene, it's Thanksgiving, 1990. Happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans, by the way. 1990, Thanksgiving, I was 8 years old. This is my mom. So my mom and my dad had a liquor store in America, like a konbini kind of style. And the way they did it was, right, it was about an hour drive away. Mom would open, dad would close, or the other way around, right? So Thanksgiving, my dad went to open the shop, and my mom woke up extra early. She baked the turkey, made all the stuffings and the mashed potatoes, this wonderful spread, just so we could have a nice little Thanksgiving lunch, dinner sort of thing. But she made the food, and when it was done, she had to race off and go get my dad, and so he can come back and have dinner with us. She didn't get any of it, right? And so being a liquor store, at the time, there's a lot of homeless people there, right? If it was Japan, I guess a lot of gaijin would be there, right? But it's I guess we're about the same, right? So a lot of homeless people would hang out, and they were regulars, and so they knew my parents, and we knew them too because we would go there once in a while. This guy named Spider, because he had this big kind of spider tattoo, but that was his nickname. Nice guy, but it was Thanksgiving, and so he went in. Nobody's in the shop. He goes in, hey, Fumiko, happy Thanksgiving. How's your day going? And she tells him, right? So morning, working all morning, kids are happy, but she didn't get anything, right? And so they talk a little bit more, and he leaves. And an hour later, he comes walking back with 2 plates of food. So what he had done was he had walked to the homeless shelter where they were serving kind of Thanksgiving dinner, got 2 plates to go, brought it back to the shop, and gave her, this Thanksgiving meal from this homeless shelter. We've had many great Thanksgivings, but my mom says that is her most memorable one, right? Because a homeless guy had prepared Thanksgiving meal for her, right? And so, why did I just waste all this time telling this? I have 15 minutes left of my presentation. What was the point of this story? So I read a long time ago, and when people watch movies, their brain waves, the audience, their brain waves start to sync together, right? I guess stand-up comedians, people doing speeches, everybody's brain waves start to sync together. right? So at that point, everybody is sort of on the same playing field. And so, if you have 5 seconds, I want to tell you about this new business proposal. Just kidding. Okay, but the point is, that's what I use. That's what I use when I'm communicating with our students. And this is not just like the one-on-one. This is when we're doing kind of mass communications to everybody. Right? So when we want to say something, when we want to come up with a new kind of policy or survey or something like that, this is kind of the thought process that I'm going through. Three main things I was able to break it down to. It's not about, what's the message? What do I want to tell the parents? It's what kind of feeling do we want them to feel, right? So we kind of start with that. We start with the message. We start with that, but what we convey is this is a feeling we want them to feel, right? And then we set the stage. This is sort of setting up, putting everybody on the same playing field. And then a little nudge, and I'll come back to this. Basically what these mean, right? So first one is you're focusing on the feeling that you want people to feel, not the message. Set the stage, right? I'll come back to that. So nudge, what that means, and I've been focusing on this a lot over the past couple of years, is when you're presenting choices to people, you kind of design it in a way to influence their outcome. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were, okay. Yeah, you're designing your surveys, you're designing just the layout of however they're choosing their decisions, you're kind of pushing them to choose this one in a way, right? So an example, we all remember when COVID hit, right? 2020 March, all the public schools across Japan closed for, 2 or 3 months, right? And April, I think a lot of us did online. Most of us did online. Horrible memories of that, right? I did this online program. I did kind of read books and put them as like videos. I did that for about a month. And then during that time, I started preparing online lessons, thanks to a lot of you.
This is supposed to be 2020 for April and May, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2020. 2020. Thank you, Ryan. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. oh my God, Ryan. Yeah, so 2020 April, we did this online program, just put something together, right? And then May 2020, we did our online lessons. So by that point, I mean, all the kids were at home. I think, is this it? Yeah, all the parents were feeling like this, right? I think we all felt it with our kids. All of our parents felt that with their kids. This is what everybody felt like maybe April 2020. Is this my, okay. So going back here. But we did 2 weeks of online lessons. And at that point, they were going to reopen the public schools. I didn't want to do 2 weeks of online lessons and go straight back into regular lessons. So we put out a survey. Would you like to go back to regular lessons now or next month? I wanted to do it next month because I had prepared all this stuff. But the way we designed it, we had 85% of our students agree to postpone for a month. And and this is the reason. So I spent 2 full weeks. I mean, I think none of us slept that time, right? Kenny, morning.
Hey, Lawrence.
Hey. Yeah, so I spent 2 weeks preparing for online lessons. We did 2 weeks of online lessons, and I wanted to do an extra maybe month and a half. Right, because I didn't want my plan to go unused, want to stay online. And so this is how I did this, right? The feeling, we could say, I want to do online lessons. It's a cool thing for me. It's a new thing for everybody. But people didn't care because they just wanted to get the kids out of the house. So I framed it as we want to keep our kids safe. This is the feeling we wanted to put out. First set that feeling, and then I kind of detailed why online is better, right? And then I made July, right? This is the default choice. Do you want to continue? Do you want to start face-to-face in June or July, right? So how did we do this? I sent this photo. So we took a bunch of photos of them online, and I sent this to our parents to show how much fun they were having. I'm not going to go I'm not going to go into detail, but this is basically what I wrote to them. Was that online lessons has been fun. COVID is scary, right? Because it was new. Everybody was scared. Public schools are opening. They don't really know how to keep your kids safe. We want to go back to online lessons. We want to see you guys, but we feel online is safer for your kids. And if we go online and we go back and we go online, if we have to keep on doing that, it's a lot of work for everybody. And I wrote here, I think, hand washing, face shields, and this was, right, 2020. Hand washing, face shields, masks, temperature checks, drop off, pickup rules. Who's going to get used to that, right? So I pulled this back up. I pulled this up. And I was like, it was interesting to see how much we've adapted to this lifestyle. So in the end, right, I wrote, we'd love to see everybody, but we think it's safer to stay online. And then I wrote, let us know what you think, right? Always given a venue to like, it's only 5 minutes, okay. Always given a venue to kind of say what they want to say. And so this is the nudge part, right? So here, decide the feeling, keep your kids safe. Set the stage, that was that message. The nudge, so design choices to influence the outcome. And what it means is kind of small changes with big effects, right? So you're just making tiny little things, tiny little changes. And it's a really good book. It's called Nudge. I highly recommend it. But an example, there was a airport in Amsterdam, and the men's toilet was always dirty, Men, we know, right? Right, so men can't aim, pee everywhere, right? Whatever, right? And so they hired cleaning people, put up signs and whatever. And what they found out, they put a little fly sticker in the toilet, and men just naturally started aiming for it. And it saved on cleaning costs, and it was just like a Hyakuen kind of sticker on there, right? That's one. Germany and Austria. This is do you want to be an organ donor, right? So on your license, do you want to be an organ donor or not? Germany has 12% as organ donors. Austria had 99% as organ donors. And what the difference was, in Germany, you have to say, yes, I want to be an organ donor. And in Austria, you have to opt out. So everybody, by default, is an organ donor. You have to say, no, I don't want to give a dying person my organs, right? And so that was, I'm sure there's a lot more, but a big reason why is because of that. Here we go. So I had this up, I didn't explain it earlier, but this is a survey that we put out. The first question was, how worried are you about COVID? We asked because we wanted to set that feeling of like, okay, yeah, it's kind of dangerous. We want to keep our kids safe. And the second question, when do you want to go back to face-to-face? I wrote beginning of July, middle of June, beginning of June. Here I wrote, this is our plan. I put that here just to kind of nudge them into choosing it. And this is how we got 85% of our parents saying, yes, July, we'll go another month. Because we had 92% worried about COVID and 85% saying, yeah, sure, we'll put off going face-to-face. With my 4 minutes left, okay. So another example, we moved, right? We did a big move from an old building to the new building, and we had 100% of them follow us. Nobody quit, and reason being, why? So again, this was the thought process. The feeling is you get a better environment. We have much more resources now. Bigger parking. That was every day we said bigger parking, bigger parking. And then, wow, shiny new building. There's a little cafe in the in the first floor. So this is how we did this. And a little nudge, we did a lot of events in the old school to kind of say goodbye to that, in the new school to kind of get them more connected to the school. A lot of events. This was all within, I don't know, 3 months. Yeah, big Halloween event. I posted this a lot on Facebook. So that was, okay. Even though I put you in here, Eric, even though you're in here, you're giving me 5 minutes. So Eric and Satomi, they came in, they did an event for us. They helped break the school in. This was also, so we had kids put their handprints. Before we moved, we're saying we're gonna put this in the new school to kind of give them a connection to the new school. So another reason why they wouldn't quit. And yes, and we have David Chandler coming to do a big Christmas festival. Phil's coming down next month. They're gonna help us out with that. Other messages, so not these big messages, but anytime a kid forgets the homework, that day I will tell the parents, hey, just a reminder, they didn't do their homework. Can we help with anything? If they forget something, forget library cards, books, I will message that day or the day after. Preemptive strikes, there's these patterns we see, right? When kids move up to elementary, parents are worried about the new schedule. So around this time, we kind of message them now. Second grade elementary, they all seem to not want to go to school. So we kind of explain. We have these, we see certain signs. And if this kid seems like they're the kind of kid who's not going to want to go to school, we'll message them kind of a year early. Like, here, we're kind of seeing these signs. What do you think? And then the monster parents, everybody just wants to be heard. So we listen to them, right? But yeah, messages. So we're always on top of everything as much as we can. And so what's next? What's next? For the future of AES, we had a library. We had, kids. We set up a little space for them to read books. Going off of this and listening to a lot of what you guys do, I'm hoping in the future we have little like tech, whatever, like learning pods or whatever it's called, having kids here with an iPad. I know Eric does a lot of this. Adam with his gamer eyes, interested in hearing that. That's where I'm hoping to take the school from here on out. I'm tired. I'm doing this on my own, right? The next step would be to hire somebody. So I'm basically here. Is it? Okay. Yeah, because kids come here. Was that 1 minute? 3 minutes, okay. Kids come here. Every lesson, kids come here, I'm up here. I gotta run down, greet them, say hi, bring them up here. And that's if they all come at the same time, right? I have, the kids they know the drill. They can go up and kind of hang out on their own, but still sending 5 3-year-olds up there by themselves, right? I don't like it. So it would be nice to have more staff to help out, have a bigger team. I think that's sort of my next step. Is that it? And here we go. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm here as a small school, right? And people say you either stay small or get really big, and sort of the middle ground is not really the place to be. Again, I said I'm the warm-up act. I'm here to hear Ryan talk. I'm here to hear David talk. Katie, yeah. I'm here to hear everybody else. Is this it? Yes. I go off of this, right? Isaac Newton. You stand on the shoulder of giants, right? So everything I do, I copy Leslie's library, his materials. I use your materials, right? And so, I don't know why I'm still talking. I want to hear everyone else. But yeah, so with that, thank you for listening. That's what I do. Yes?
Thank you very much, Lauren.
And all the people at home, thank you.
All right. Perfect timing, by the way. All right, to the folks on Zoom, if you have any questions, quick questions for Lawrence, type them in the chat. If we don't have time to answer them now, we can bring them to the roundtable discussion around 4 o'clock. Or Ian has a question. Yeah.
Yeah,
5-minute drive.
I was saying it's interesting that your biggest increase in student recruitment was during COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess.
Sorry. Oh yeah, one more time.
Is it good?
One more time
Yeah.
for Ian here. Just a second here. Go ahead.
It's interesting that your biggest recruitment of students was during COVID. A jump of 70 students.
Part of it was we do the trial lessons before because it was March when COVID hit. So we did get, maybe the numbers were, those are the numbers, but we signed on a lot before COVID actually hit.
Right.
So a month or two before it hit. I think just the word of, because a lot of us is word of mouth. So at this point, it's, it's 100 students telling their friends instead of 50, instead of 40. So we've seen a nice kind of growth, from there. COVID hit, I think that first sort of 3-4 months, no one really got any new students. But when summer hit, we were getting people contacting us, when things started kind of opening up again. I don't think we did online trial lessons. We might have done a couple, but we had some students join. They joined and their first lesson was an online lesson. We did the trial lesson in February and started online lessons in March. It was in March and May.
Right.
Um,
One other,
Sure.
Well done on that recruitment. One other thing
Thank
I'd
you.
like to say, I'm hoping today that the speakers are going to focus on where you see our industry going in the future a lot. That's what I particularly have come to listen to. It's always interesting to listen to people, to what they're doing in their schools. But I think where we are going in the future is the big question today. So that's what I'm hoping to hear.
That's right. I was forgot to mention, that's where I see it going, at least for us, is kind of self-study, working on an iPad for a half hour, an hour before lesson starts, going home, doing the same practice. So a lot more kind of on the students, more individualized self-study using tech.
I think on that note, we have a good follow-up. Doris is going to be presenting next. We do have one question online, okay?
Timothy Hill, what medium do you use for surveys and are they anonymous?
Sorry.
Who handles the communications?
I use Google Forms. And most of the time I do keep them anonymous because people lie. People lie. They don't. If they put the name on it, they answer is what they want you to see, right? Not what they actually how they actually feel, right? What was the example? I mean, how many of us eat just like whatever McDonald's French fries, But you don't go out and say that to everybody. You tell them you eat healthy, right? So I mean, it's kind of like that. It's what says like, what are you showing and what you really are, right? So we use Google Forms. I do a lot of the communications. I set it up. My wife will translate a lot. And what was the other question?
Do you have a phone or only line and email?
I have one person on email. We push everybody online. Yeah. Just to kind of make it easy.
And Lawrence, I think many people know Lawrence is a bit of a trailblazer when it comes to line. He knows the ins and outs of it. So maybe that's something if you're on Zoom or you're in the audience and later tonight or even during the roundtable, if you want to learn more about that, corner him and tell me your secrets, line secrets.
We'll do our lines
line
together.
guru.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Doris, you want to come and get up here real quick here?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and just to touch on what Ian did say, is one of the goals here is kind of us discussing where we want to go in the future. A lot of things have happened. So definitely during the roundtable, I think that's a really good time to do about it. And also tonight, for those of you who are on Zoom, we are planning on leaving the cameras basically open. We'll set up like a kind of a mobile camera with a mic and stuff. So hopefully there'll be a chance for you to interact with people who are here tonight for the taco thing as well. So, all right. Our next presenter is Doris, and she is at Keys
English.
Keys English. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Capital
that's
K,
it.
capital E, capital Y, capital S?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, Doris.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Doris, and a lot of you don't really know me. What's the best way to know a person is to stalk on their SNS, right? So this is me. If you look into my Facebook, you can see that, okay, this is what I studied. This is what I work for. So here, I have never worked for the big ABNGS Eikaiwas. So here's a warning before I start my presentation is that I have never studied education. I've never worked for an eikaiwa. So everything that I built for my school is out of my imagination. and I have no framework to follow. So it could be very different from what you see or very similar to what you see. And I hope that, like, whatever I say today, you can find something inspirational that you want to do that or you really don't want to do that. That's important in our lives as well, okay? So this is actually following Ian's question. So Eric asked, like my school is in Tokyo, it's called Key English, and we are in a very education-focused area, which like people who actually buy a mansion to go into the public school in my area. So the moms are mostly like tiger moms, and like, the dads are usually people who actually, went for gaishike, like work for foreign companies and stuff like that. And Eric asked a question like, what went well in your school? And I think this is what went well in my school. I think we found our niche. At our school, we did a very high-speed learning. And I think this like correlates to what Ian asked, like, what do we think is the future of English schools? Actually, yesterday, Kenny asked me, you do online lessons and stuff, like how do you compete with like the Gohakuen DMM.com, right? I think the whole thing is people are actually asking for more quality. Like, they want more quality instead of just babysitting. If they want babysitting, they would be sending their kids to ECC Junior. So this is what we do. And I know a lot of people hate ACAN, but this is a good indicator. So for us, normally a 5th grader elementary will pass ACAN Pre-2. And in our area, going to a junior high school, a private junior high school with a good Heidensachi is really important to them. And with ACAN Pre-2, they would be able to get scholarships, like full 3-year no tuition into some like lower level like private junior schools, or they can get bonus to like really good schools. So this is what I think they need, and this is what's going in the future. And so if we want to teach them a lot, the problem for a lot of Eikawa schools is like there are too much to teach, but there's too little time to learn. So how do we squeeze in everything so that they can learn more and they can like improve more? So that's what I found flipped learning. Do you know what's flipped learning? I think a lot of you know about it. So like traditional classroom, you teach, they go back and then they do their homework to make sure they know what they're doing. Flipped classroom is just like they learn something at home through a lot of different media. And then in the classroom, you actually utilize what they have already learned, okay? So what we found that is like, for example, let's say if we have a bunch of vocabulary words, you want the kids to remember. What we do is we do not teach them in class. We give them the words and we give them the tools to study, and they will study them at home. And when they came here, we already, one, we check on the pronunciation. Second, we already use the words into our activities. So they're actually putting them into practice. So in class, like not everyone can remember words immediately, right? For me, it takes a long time for me to remember like bingo is apple. I just don't agree with that. Like orange is orange, so apple should be apple, right? So a lot of students may feel like frustrated or stressed because like, oh, he remembered already. Everyone is in the class and he remembered already and I cannot yet. And it's not his fault, right? It's just everyone is different, right? And the one who's better is like, I have to wait for you, like, and then whenever they get 1 second of boring time, they will just burn your house, like eat your table, whatever, right? So after flipped learning, we see that the students have less stress and less frustration, so better classroom management. And the teachers will have more time to teach in the class because they don't have to teach the basic stuff anymore, and more depth. So it's no longer, do you have a pen? Do you have an apple? No, like they can actually use the words in like different situations. And the class will be more fun and the speed will be like faster. But everything like the speed, like, the whole thing sounds quite difficult, right? And I found out a way that we can do it easily. Step 1, decide on what to flip. Like, if you search Google on flipped learning, they will tell you to flip everything. But as an Eikawa, because we mostly meet them only once a week, I would say that please do not flip everything. So what we do in our school, we flip the vocabulary, the phonics, and anything that has been taught, but we know that they don't remember, right? We do not flip the grammar unless they have already been taught on it. Step 2, choose your material. Do you have kids? Do you have kids? When the Japanese government decided to close the schools, it was terrible, right? They were quiet for some time, and then suddenly they sent home like a big list of homework, and they expect your kids to know how to answer the like workbooks and the drills and stuff like that without anyone teaching them, right? So that was like a very big stress on us. And I mean, like if teachers, like if parents can do that, then we don't need the teachers. We should fire all the teachers, right? So I need to like remember that reading the book at home is not homeschooling. It's not preparation. So you have to choose something that kids actually got like, you know, being taught, like being on a video or something that, I don't know if you really hate like using Japanese to teach English, but like higher level kids, they can actually read Japanese to explain the grammar. There is no need to make your own stuff because it takes so much time. If you're making it, either make it very simple because internal use, they don't care. You know, the outcome is just that they learn it, right? Or you sell it. You sell it to others, great, people do that, or to your students. So what I did, like I am the queen of being lazy. I'm a single mom, so I have to be lazy, right? So what I do is like I made 2-3 books, vocabulary books, out of PowerPoint. And I'm very, very good at, you know, Photoshop and everything, you know, I was in publishing before, right? But PowerPoint, and then I sent it out, and then it cost me 300 something and each. And I only printed like 200 something books, and I sell to my students at 1200 yen. So you can sell it to your student. If that financially makes sense, then I think it's a good choice to, you know, make your own book, or else everyone makes good stuff. You can just use them, right? Step 3, you assign them as homework. So you got to make it happen because, like, you know, the biggest problem is like they don't want to do that homework. Right? So we educate the moms a lot, like, you know, this is part of your homework. You do your kokugo, you do your ondoku, you do your sansu doriru, and you do your eigo. At our school, we ask the kids to watch the videos every day before breakfast. So we say, okay, mommy, please turn on the TV, sit the kid down, turn on YouTube, and then you go to the kitchen and bring whatever. So that like 5 minutes, they actually can finish, you know, one video. And if they watch that every day, that becomes a habit and they just remember it without having to cry and argue about it, right? And you have to list up the homework clearly. We never trust the kids. After our classes, you ask the kids, they don't know. Sure not, right? We actually have an app that like sent to the parents. The kids can log in as well, so they can see what's the homework listed day by day. Step 4 is to motivate them because, like, you know, if they are not willing to do the homework, if they're not willing to do this pre-study, there's no use. So a lot of time we talk about intrinsic values and extrinsic values, and a lot of times that people say, you know, well, this is learning. You should not focus on anything extrinsic. Do not award them with everything, like, you know, money, goods, or whatever. I do not agree on that, but like, you know, this is just me. So first, we go to the intrinsic values. So a lot of people think that, like, you know, okay, I will be happy because I can do something, right? Because you are grown-ups, right? To me, it's like we have a very a special situation here that our users are not the same as the one who make the decisions. So you ask the kids, why do you do English? I don't know. Mommy want me to do English, right? So you ask them, what do you want to achieve in English? They don't know. You ask them, like, what can English bring you in the future? They don't know, right? So that's why you have to help them visualize the I can. Kids are very simple, you know. A lot of people are like very, very addicted to video games, and I tried I tried the Switch sometime, and it's the level up and everything because you can actually see what you can do. People tell you that you can do, and you feel that. So in our class, every time like they study something at home, and at our class we do games. We do like online games, we do card games, we do a lot of competition, so they actually see what they can do. The other thing is we do extrinsic value is like we adults, we are able to say, oh yeah, if I don't do this, then I will suffer the next day. Or if we do this, we can do something better in the future. Kids don't think that. They just want to know what's for a snack. They don't care about what's for their future, right? So I think sometimes it's good for them to try building up. So for little kids, we use Class Dojo. Whenever they finish some homework, we give them a point. Whenever like they put effort in the class, we give them a point. At the end, they can use these points to go to a coin shop to buy some little stuff. They're like little stuffed animals, like like stationery, and they love it. They love this, and they will really, really participate. Even the very, very shy kids, they will participate because they want a point. Because this point, we don't give them because they're correct. We give them because they tried, right? So these are what we can do in class. What about outside the classroom? Once they're outside the classroom, they're home, we cannot control them, right? Please remember that the most powerful weapon on earth is moms. Okay, so tiger moms, I am not saying that everybody is a tiger mom, but like a lot of moms and parents are actually wanting more quality and they are willing to be involved. So what we do is, what do you think when you see coupons? You like them, right? So this is a little tricky thing that I did is like, we put 3,000 N as a homework discount. So if you have completed your homework, next month you get 3,000 N off from your tuition. And that's based on the teacher's judgment. So, on Doku card, like, the kids like have this, like, you have to read the Japanese kokugo and then you got a little stamp. We do the same for our homework. The parents have to stamp it. And then also the teachers will know, right? And like, if they have studied, if they have watched the videos, they will perform in class best, right? So we will decide on that. Most of the time they get it. Most of the time they get it. So are we earning less? No. We just add the 3,000 N to what we want to charge. And when we have a trial, we just tell them that, oh, after the discount, your tuition will be like this. And everybody is happy. And sometimes the mom will even like message us and say, oh, I'm so sorry, like that's undokai, like very tired. So can we just like have less homework this week, And we say, yeah. Any special situations, we're fine with it. So if you put the moms not as your enemy, but as your team, then everything goes a lot smoother. Okay? And the other thing that we do is we have a very unique class structure. So this is our typical lesson. For example, this could be like elementary, 1, 2. So we have 50 plus 50 minutes of our classes. We used to, like 5 years ago when we started, we do 1 hour and 20 minutes. And then every year I increase a bit. And then now we have like 50 plus 50, which is 1 hour 45, I think, right? So we separate them into a core class and a skills class. The core class is 50 minutes, is teacher as the instructor, teacher-centered. So you can control what you are teaching and you can make sure everything is done just like your normal classes. And what's interesting is like we have another 15 minutes of skill class, which is back-to-back, so they don't have to leave. So the first 15 minutes will be student-centered activities. For example, they can play Ego cards, they can play phonics bubbles, they can do all this like, card games, board games because like the teacher doesn't have to be there, right? So what we do is we actually group 2 classes together. So for example, we have a level 1 class, they come for this core class, and then they will continue to have their skills class, but then level 2 kids will come to the skills class, and then they will continue to have their core class. So within the skills class, we can rearrange the kids. So you may be really good at speaking and grammar, but not very good at reading. So we'll put these 3 kids with these 3 kids together into one activity. So because no one will be balanced, like all the 4 skills, no one is balanced, right? So that's what we do on top. And then the second part of it, we do independent studies, which means that they actually do their homework, their workbook. But we assign a different workbook to each student according to their needs, according to what they're not good at, right? And parents really like this. At the beginning, we were worried that they would say that, oh, then we're actually not paying money for a teacher to help us, right? But then we rephrase it as, oh, this is like, kobetsu shido. because like the teacher can come to you one-on-one and actually find out and talk to you, right? So this is the time that the teacher does not have to take a look at everyone, right? So they really, really like it. We just changed the wordings, that's it. We didn't change anything that we do. Yeah, because every kid is different, you know. It's not only the ability, it's also like their learning style. Some kids want to be, some kids just want to be, I just want to write, right? So when we do the student-centered activities, we are able to put them in different groups, so everyone is happy. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're shy or not shy. Okay, oh, should I find the match? Okay, so the other thing is like, we think that every family is unique. So not every family wants what we do. So we have to find our match. Some people want just tanashikatta. And when they come to our trial, we say that, no, I'm sorry, I'll refer you to the ECC junior next door. And they're happy about it. And this is important to us. We are expensive. So this is the first point of contact. They know our price. If they are motivated and committed, they will come to our trial class. If not, the price will just kick them away. They will not come anymore. But I will tell you that, like, maybe because I'm in the city, parents are willing to pay more and more on English because, you know, the Koko Juken, they have to use English as well. And then they want to have a better future. They want English not just for fun anymore. They want to have something like back in the future. So what we do, expectation management. When they come for the trial, we already said we have homework 4 days a week. Every day, less than 10 minutes. Are you willing to do that? If you're not, dozo. Right? So the result is we have quality over quantity. So I'm a single mom and I'm very mendokusai. I hate anything mendokusai. So what I go for is every one of my students, they bring me a lot of revenue, but I don't have to deal with all this like drama and like, you know, and like customer service for a lot of people. So that saves me a lot of time and saves me money with my like, you know, admin staff. Number two, they are very committed. The parents are very committed, so the kids have better results and we have better reputation. So until now, we have never done any marketing, but we are famous for like being a different school. And they are very loyal and they are very high spending. So every summer, winter, and spring, we have summer school for 4 hours, 4 hours of intensive classes, and 3 hours of private lessons. And that brings us a lot of money and they are almost always full, right? And if you want, you can just get cash for those, right? Yeah. So final tip that I like to talk to everyone is that if you want to think outside the box, please learn outside the box. Of course, it's great to talk to all the school owners. Like my habit, like my hobby is to visit every English school that I know. But there are also other communities that actually help me a lot. I'm a homeschooling family, so I homeschool my kid. And the homeschooling family have a lot of resources designed for independent studies. So that will be very good for like self-learning and independent studies. Montessori groups have a lot of resources and a lot of like, you know, inspiration as well. And this is the one that helps me a lot. Other language is a foreign language. Like, you know, other teachers, I know Chinese, so I got into a lot of like the Chinese learning groups, like the teachers groups. They are always the fastest to know the newest app and how to save money on these apps and stuff. So if you get into that, you will get a lot of things that people in the eco industry does not know yet, right? And other education centers. So my skills class started 5 years ago because, sorry? Oh, sorry. So because, sorry. Because my kid went to Kumon for a trial. And I thought, wow, you can actually put like 20 kids there with one teacher that does not know English and have them learn English, right? So that's what inspired me. And Juku, cram school. I think a lot of us maybe hates the system of cram school, but they are the one that has absolute power. They will be able to ask your kid to quit swimming, quit English, to adjust to their schedule. And they ask you to do like, 5,000 pages of homework and the parents will do it. right? So like, how can we become like that? This is the future goal of my school. I want to have more power over, my students and my parents, right? And when we say flipped learning is quite new to our community, Juku has been doing it all the time. They call it Yoshushugi, right? So out of the 3 big Jukus, one is Yoshushugi, and 2 of them is like Fukushushugi. So Fukushu is more like what we do. We teach and then we do revisions at home, right? So if we can learn outside the box, I think, you'll get a lot of more different inspirations, right? And the end. Yay, I finished in time. That was like 31 slides. I hope that you find something different. I don't know whether you do the same thing, but I hope this is something that you think is interesting to hear. Any questions? No one wants a question. Huh?
3,000 yen for homework.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, like you can say 7,000. It does not matter.
Yeah.
Because like it doesn't go into your cost. And when you advertise your after discount tuition, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Something similar, but I have a
No, one
restaurant.
second, Shannon.
No, that's not very interesting.
But I don't do like money with my students. I
Yeah.
offer them cookies and cakes and stuff like this.
And kisses
If
and
they
love,
if they do homeworks, if they read their books, it's a good thing. Yeah. That's all I wanted to say. Not very interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I wasted your time. Bye.
I mean, like it's important that we always want to motivate our kids, right? But like how to get the family as your partner, in your team is difficult, right? So people like they know that money, and the moms really work really hard on it. Yeah, right.
Out of curiosity, about what percentage of the time does someone actually end up paying the 3,000 because the homework wasn't done?
Actually, I don't think we have ever not give the discount. So when we see something is going to happen, we tell them, because there are 4 weeks in a month, right? If the first week, second week, they're not actually doing things, we call them up, we talk to the mom and say, hey, anything happening at school? We always blame the school first, right? Yeah. 운동회, right? 합격회, right? And then they will, no, we'll work hard on it. And then like they always catch up. So that's a good excuse for us to call the parents up as well, right? Yeah.
Were you saying you use Class
One more
Dojo?
time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Were you saying you use Class Dojo? Is
Yeah.
does it have any way of, I don't know the app, so
Yeah.
does it have a way of knowing if they've actually done the homework? I mean, is there any way of, because it's online, is
Yeah.
there any way that way to verify that they've been using it?
So Class Dojo is not where we do the homework. We have
Okay.
another app to do homework, but Class Dojo has a place that you can submit pictures and you can make worksheets that they can actually draw on it just with their fingers. And there's a way that we can message the parents as well. And so if like the kids did not do something, the teacher can directly message the parents, but we as the manager can see what they are messaging. So they're not actually like stealing our student away or whatever. Yeah, so.
Lawrence has a question here.
What's the average number of kids per family?
Per family?
Yeah, because like if it's 5 minutes before breakfast, like in
Ah.
Yanaka we have like three kids in our school. That's like 20 minutes of videos if it's
Yeah,
different
yeah.
levels.
Well, we usually have just 1 or 2 kids. Like 2 kids in the city is quite normal. Yeah, and like the videos are actually really, really short. Like usually it's like 2 songs, 1 song and 1 like vocabulary. Yeah.
Okay.
Most of the mums stay-at-home mums, or are they working mums?
No, most of them are actually working or either working part-time or whatever. So that's why like, if you ask them, we just find that, if you ask them to do something, just do it anytime, they will never do it. But if you attach something to another thing, that becomes like an easier habit forming, right? So that's why we just tell them, like sometimes mom comes and say, that's so much to do, right? And we say, yeah, is that the result that you want to see? That's why we have to do Eiken. We hate Eiken, but this is what Japanese mom understand. You have to talk in their language, right? Right? Like, so we tell them it's not that difficult because like, from 2nd grade, like my kids know how to open our app and do things and then check, they're fine, Yeah.
All right. Do we have any questions on Zoom as well? Yeah. Phil, can you?
Nope.
Just
okay.
a lot of compliments.
All right.
Great
Yep.
presentation.
One over here, Dale.
So you mentioned that there are benefits to getting like Junnikyu before going into junior high school. I know in my area that's not something that I've commonly heard. How much do you think that the ability to say that if you come here, you can get this thing which enables you to do this thing in this local area? So if you get Junnikyu, you can get into a good junior high school. Where if that wasn't the case, so if you're in an area where it's not really looked for, how do you think that would affect the way that you approach this? So would you still do it the same way?
I would still do it the same way. And actually Saitama, like they do have a lot of schools that provide that as well. So whatever we do is we never promise anything. We just say that mezasu, like you can aim at that. And we say that, by the way, we share this information. So my kid, I'm a single mom. My kid is like in 5th grade. So she's looking at junior high schools. And I also work at a private junior high school. So we just tell them, by the way, do you know this school, give like a 3-year free tuition. And this school, if you got like Sankyu, then you don't have to go for the English test and they will give you 90%. If you get like Junnikyu, you got 100% like that. So we just list up the schools that we know, and then they will see that. Yeah. Right. And
Thank you.
sometimes I ask them, like, why do you want to send your kids to learn English, right? Because I think it works better for me as a non-native speaker. I said that I'm here in Japan because I know not Japanese, but English, right? I'm here that I can talk to someone who's Japanese, who's from Thailand, who's from Vietnam, because I can speak in English, right? So I said, this brings me, that's why my school is called the keys, like to open different doors, like, I'm just saying that, like, because English, that gives me job opportunities wherever I live. And do you want that for your kids? Or do you just want them to be tanoshikata and that's it? And I say, then you better go to Disneyland because that's more tanoshikata. Yeah. Yep.
All right. A round of applause for Doris, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Speaking to people on Zoom first, and then I'll address the audience here. We're going to take a break for about an hour. During that time, we're going to work on the camera and see if we can sort out the flickering lines. So thank you for your patience with that. I will be asking the presenters to provide their slides so that we can PDF those and then upload those to Google Drive where everyone can download them for later reference. Okay. And for people here as well, we'll get that link to you. All right. So people on Zoom, hold your horses for about an hour. We'll be back. Ryan Hagland will be here at 1 o'clock. Talking about knowing what's on the test, basically. So we're looking forward to that. And then we'll have 8 presenters in the afternoon. So, all right. So people on Zoom. All right. Well, thanks very much. We're going to get started. People on Zoom, hi, welcome back. Our third presenter for today is Ryan Hagland, and you can see the title Knowledge is Power, talking about knowing what our students are going to be up against as far as Excellent.
Okay, we're gonna, like the other feed, cramming a whole bunch into 25 minutes, trying to talk about what my school, what we were doing well, what we're doing in the future, talking about the exams. It's a lot to put in. And yes, I will be singing karaoke for you, as somebody asked, but no, you do not want that, trust me. So anyway, yeah, the title Knowledge is Power, future of language schools here. Ryan Hagland, my school is My English School. We're Yugen Gaisha. And the actual name of the school, we did it in English, the actual registered name. A lot of companies, they have an English name, but the actual registered name is like a katakana or something. It's actually English with the capital M and the capital Y as part of it. It doesn't stand for anything except just that we're just not, it doesn't mean necessarily watashi no, but it is not. So this is what we've got. We're all one company, but we've got different departments, different brand names. So we've got the My English School as the head. We do corporate contract and so forth. Our largest company. Well, actually, this is being recorded, so I won't mention it. It wasn't being recorded. But under My Business English, we do our children's programs under My Kids. Then we have My Kindergarten. And here we're working a lot on teacher training, and we work as an intermediary. We're using the My Learning. We're right now in a bit of a trademark dispute with someone who's trying to squat on the name, but we're dealing with that. So we've got right now our main schools are in Yamagata up here in Tohoku. We've got 3 schools in the Hyogo area, though. Even though 3 is a little less than half of 7, the 7 are far larger in Yamagata than what we have in Hyogo right now so far. But our main school. So this is our kindergarten, and we have one of our language schools is here, and then we've got the kindergarten there. I mean, this is Yamagata, you know, so we can, we've got a play area, about 230 tsubo play area. We can park 38 cars, I think, something like that. And I won't tell you what the rent on it is, but people in Tokyo will like probably keel over in their chairs. But it's a converted hard off. Hard off went out of business. We went in and we did the hard off. What? Oh yeah, well, we won't get into it. It's going from that name to a kindergarten anyway. One of my other schools, this is the second school we opened, it's in Tendo, but you know, our other schools are kind of more of this style, but again, try to get, you know, our logo, the brand out there, you know, the pictures. All of our pictures, with very few exceptions, are actually our teachers and our students. We try not to use stock photos as much as possible. When you go inside one of our schools, all of our schools have our logo wallpaper that's actually printed especially for us. It's not cheap, but it keeps a standardized feeling in all the schools. They all have this map, and it's not a map that we put, it's actually printed on the wallpaper. So if you look really closely, you can see the wallpaper lines. It's a couple spots that they, you know, when they put it up, it makes it hard. So it's just, yeah, they special printed wallpaper for us. Our classrooms, this is the classroom at our newest school in Takarazuka in Hyogo. And all of our classrooms have at least 2 of these whiteboards. We try to have at least 4 or 5. This classroom has 7. It actually, if those whiteboards were tatami mats on the floor, it'd be 14 tatami mats with whiteboard space in the classroom. You notice the classroom does not have chairs, it does not have desks. We do not use desks until junior high school. Our tables, yeah, we do not use tables until junior high school. And even then, some of our junior high school students are like, our desks all day. We don't want to be at a desk. And then we just pull out low table. Or if we need a table, we'll pull out like a little low table that fits here into the classroom. So we purposely do a lot of movement, but we do a lot of writing. How? Because we've got this whiteboard. So right now, this is 7 whiteboards. We cap at 8 students. That's almost a whiteboard per student. And the teacher can write at the top. This is my staff picture from 2019. Unfortunately, you know, since then it's always been math. So this next April we should be able to have another full staff picture. There's about 4 or 5 who are not in this picture at that time. So that would be now 3.5 years ago. And again, this is a different school. You see same wallpaper, same math. And so. I gave a presentation at Yokohama JALT. That's why it's Yokohama, but I just kept this slide to give a comparison of what Yamagata is like. Here is my situation. Every single one of us is in a different situation. When Doris talks, I learned so much. And on the other half of it is like, I'm in the complete. And this is comparing Yokohama, of course, Kishima would be even more so. But you know, you've got your population. Yamagata City, 244,000. It's the smallest of the Tohoku capitals. And Tohoku capitals are not very big. You know, population Yokohama, 3.7 million. Population Yamagata Prefecture, just over 1 million. The whole prefecture. Average income for Kanagawa, 5.4 million for a family. Average family income. Average income in Yamagata, 4 million. It's number 40 of the 47 prefectures. We're moving up. When I first started these presentations, we were number 42. Woo! You know, so when I'm talking about like pricing and our pricing structures, we're talking about pricing in an area that's not high income. You know, so I often hear people, oh, I'm in Inaka, I couldn't do that. Maybe not. I mean, I don't want to judge individuals, but just being in Inaka does not necessarily mean here is comparison between Japan. Look at this. Number 3, population density. Including Hokkaido, the average population density of Japan is 333 people per kilometer. Yamagata, 112. 1/3 the average population density of the entire. You know, so our main school, we regularly have people driving one way 30 minutes. That's for conversation school. We're not talking kindergarten, which we have people driving further than that to come to the kindergarten. And so took over the school. I did not start the school. My wife and I took it over in 2008 from a previous owner. When we took it over in 2008, had one location, about 100 students, 5 kindergarten contracts. We had 1 DOE contract where we were sending an ALP. We didn't have to register at that time. The laws were not as strict as they are now. It's not worth starting now. I don't think that since we're already in it, we are a registered dispatch company. So we can legally send ALPs or whomever across. We had 6 corporate contracts, 2 full-time English teachers, 1 full-time support staff. Now, 2022, 10 conversation schools, 1,250 students. We have Yamagata's only bilingual kindergarten. We have 18 kindergarten contracts, 5 BOE private high school contracts. We don't put a lot of time into marketing those. People come to us and we'll do it. And sometimes we even recommend they go with the JET program and they still ask us. I guess. And so it happened recently. One of the schools wants someone who can speak Spanish. We need to find a Spanish speaker. If anyone knows a Spanish English speaker who's looking for a job as an ALP, we want to help you. We got now we're down to 5 corporate contracts. We were up to 13 corporate contracts until COVID hit. COVID knocked off over half of our corporate contracts. Not fun. And we're also the intermediary between Nellie's and the Ichige Book Service for the independent publishers. So, like, I don't know if you know, like Scott Crow's books or the Finding Out books and so forth. We actually are handling the warehousing of those before they go. Now, and that's part of like the My Learning stuff. We have 23 full-time teachers now, and 5 full-time Hoikishi. Is that not? Okay, thank you. 5 full-time Hoikishi, 7 full-time, and 2 part-time support staff. And we share. Not all of our schools are open 5 days a week, so we can share teachers and staff between them. Here's our student growth. You can see the trajectory has slowed down, but we're still growing. The COVID, you can see it goes. I mean, it slowly goes down into March, and then we jump up in April, and then it slowly jump up again. You know, that kind. So we're over 1,200 students now on that. And these are when we've opened different schools. So we took over Higashi in 2008. We opened in 2009, 2010, 2 more. 2013, 1. 2014, 1 in our kindergarten. 2015, another. 2018, 1. 2019, 2 more. But one of these ended up not working out. We had to close it later. Probably got a little arrogant, like, oh, we're growing. It doesn't matter where we open a school, we'll get you. Be careful. So that was a costly mistake. But we've learned from it. And then we opened 1 more this April. And just pricing side, this is where we are until now on our pricing, the elementary school. This 8,500, we do officially they're 60-minute lessons, but the first 10 minutes, the students come in and correct their homework and play English games. We put in that 10 minutes because we didn't want students showing, when we had official 50-minute lessons, students would show up right at the 50 minutes. And it was just hard. So we say, oh, no. It doesn't start at 6, it starts at 5:50. And then they come in and they do their homework. And then at 6, they can all come in again. So they're actually in the classroom for 50 minutes. But it's a 60-minute time slot. And we're charging 8,500 as of April. That will go up to 9,500. And again, we're charging these prices in Yamagata. And we have, even at this price point, we have over 1,000 students in Yamagata in a low-income population of 1 million people. You know, so and obviously private will go up. So it'll be after tax. These are pre-tax price, after tax, a little over $1 million. We'll break the bond barrier. This April, we'll find out if that's a wise idea. But so you can see just like our revenue. I'm not going to give the revenue numbers, no offense. But about a little over 10% comes from our offsite. This is our corporate contracts, our offsite kindergartens, our BOEs, the dispatch that we do. A little over a quarter comes from our kindergarten. Then about 5%, this is from materials sales, mostly to our students. When I've got 2% that my learning, that is like the finding out the housing, Scott's books and stuff. And our training, we sell some of our own materials. 1% is, like government grants. We don't get much from government grants, a little bit for the kindergarten. And then the language schools is a little over half of our revenue. What are we doing well? Well, I mean, obviously, this is from my opinion. You want to talk to our students probably to find out a more neutral, unbiased. But one, I think emphasizing quality of education. One, we've emphasized my credentials from the beginning. I do have 2 master's degrees in education. I'm a licensed teacher for the state of Oregon, and I taught at Yamagata University for 9 years. I quit that work when I just got too busy. But when the school was first starting out, there was only one national university in all of Yamagata, Yamagata University, and the school owner teaches there. That maybe wouldn't make as much of a difference in larger municipalities. So know your area. You need to know your area. Every area is different. We talk about the tests, and that I'll be talking about that a little bit later. From the very beginning, when students are thinking of joining an elementary school, we were talking about the high school entry test. Because we want ourselves to be seen as education professionals. We've implemented the Cambridge YLE. We do not do AKIN. We specifically talk about how we don't do AKIN. We let our parents know AKIN is not good enough for us. It does not meet our standards. But if a student wants to take AKIN, we will help them. But we do not do AKIN. We have a very intense hiring and vetting process. We gave an hour presentation at JALT in Fukuoka about our hiring process. A couple of people asked me about that. If you're interested, I do have the slideshow on my computer. I don't know if you want to talk about that while we're drinking. That's fine too. But that makes a huge difference as well, because then the teachers are all on board. Teachers know it was really hard to get on staff, and so they are then professionals. What else are we doing well? We give autonomy and responsibility to the teachers and to the staff. So we don't have set office hours. A lot of schools are like, oh, they have to be at work by whatever time, and they can leave at this time. And when they come in, they're like, oh, my teachers, they're not preparing. How do I make sure they're preparing? Because a lot of owners think of them as paying for their teachers' time. I'm not paying for my teachers' time. I'm paying for the end result of the classroom. If a teacher, I've never seen this happen, but if a teacher could come in 20 minutes before lessons start, do 6 lessons in the day perfectly, amazingly well done, and leave, and they could do that well, I don't care. I don't care. I care about the result. Now, when I go into that classroom and I see they're not prepared, I'm like, okay, what's going on here? But it's not because I'm paying them for 3 hours of preparation time and they're using or not using. It's because the classroom product is not up to our standards. And because the other teachers cared, the other teachers are talking to each other about that. I had one student we hired at one point that he said the other schools he had worked at, at break times, everyone just talked about what the drinking parties they'd gone to on them. And when he came to mine, people were talking about teaching. I mean, not just teaching, they're talking about other things too. It was a big difference. Strong relationships with students and parents. Lawrence talked a lot about that, and it's extremely important. Constantly learning from others and examining what we can do better. I have visited many people's schools here. I was in Shimane yesterday, visiting another school on Friday there, and then drove down. And I want to visit a lot of you that I haven't yet. Hopefully there will be people coming up. We like people visiting us up in Yamagata. Been talking with Lawrence about what he can come up. Doris has come up before. Eric's been up, to some of our training days. We want to get the feedback, and we also are kind of proud of what we do a little bit. So it's a little different, and a focus on skills versus content. I mean, content's important. They need to learn English. We spend a lot of time working with the kids on the skills. If we've only got them an hour a week, we're not going to give them that much content, to be honest. I mean, the flipped learning and everything increases what you can do now because of technology, and we need to utilize that. We need to utilize it better than we do now. But what can we teach them in an hour? We can teach them the skills so that they can go and learn the content on their own. So that when they don't know, they can ask questions. So that when they don't know, they can go out and they can search. And they're saying, oh, if one of our, if you want to get me upset, then be one of our students and say, oh, naratta koto nai. Mara naratte nai. Well, I don't actually get them, but it's like, no, then go do it. So we're not an eikaiwa. We do not use the word eikaiwa. We are My English School. The previous owner, they had My Eikaiwa like on the window. No, we're My English School. We are not eikaiwa. We do not do eiken. What are some concerns for the future? We need to improve our social marketing. We don't use SMS very well, and I need to learn a lot about that. We're improve our corporate culture, structure and delegation, because we are at 10 schools, 3 regions, but I am still not good enough at delegating to different people right now. It's still too much of it runs to me. Improve our access to out of lesson resources. What Doris was talking about online with Lawrence. I've got here developing an online management system we've developed for ourselves that we're using. Not quite ready for others to use, but the basis of the communication portion of this came from a presentation that Lawrence and Jared did at the school owners conference right before COVID started. And that became, so it uses line integration, and we developed our own system because I couldn't find another system that worked well for schools with more than one location where those locations were integrated. All the other systems assumed locations were completely separate. We're going to be starting to use the Gamerized Dictionary. Adam, he's the next presenter. We're going to be starting using that in April. What are other concerns for the future? Well, we want to be Nordstrom, not Amazon. I don't know if you're not American, maybe you don't know Nordstrom. They're a mid-upscale shopping department store in the U.S. Amazon, their business model is to try to create as little friction as possible. Get everyone in and out, no communication. You can just go. They sell a lot. It works well for them. It's not a bad business model. But I don't think it works well for language learning. And then you lose that connection. We want to be more like Nordstrom. What Nordstrom does is they purposely put in moments of friction where you have to work. So they purposely put in moments where you're talking with their staff. And they do that because they want to, that communication with your staff is how you create those bonds. And that, we don't want students communicating with a line about quitting. So a lot of people are like, oh, we only do our communication with our students via email and line, and that's fine. That works well for them. We purposely do not do most of our communication that way. We want the communication to be talking with our staff. All of our schools have a Japanese staff there to communicate with parents and students. And they're calling them, they're talking on the phone. Makeup lessons are done over the phone, not online, because it's a time to communicate with them and to build up those relationships. And that's where I think looking into the future, one of the things we want to do is how do we use technology to supplement the learning, but not replace the human interaction. And too many places are trying to replace the human interaction with technology. And that's where you're going to lose the students. Why don't they go someplace where they don't have that, where they can go cheaper? Because they don't have the connection with you. We're going to be implementing some longer lesson options. I'm running out of time. Place ourselves in the market between eikaiwa and juku. We're not a juku, we're not an eikaiwa, we want to be in between. some of the ways to high school entrance exams, and this is where I'm going to talk about this. This is a part of our sales presentation, actually, that I'm just going to be talking about the Yamagata exam. One thing I'm learning is I've got I know Yamagata, Hyogo, and Osaka quite well. I got the ones for Tottori Shimane while I was driving. These are all the. Look at the ones for your schools. Figure out what the students are. If you have a lot of private schools in your area, you're going to have to look at private school entrance exams. Yamagata, the private schools, the public schools are higher than the private schools. So I don't care. So I don't care about the private school entrance exams. You need to know what it is for your area. I'm just going to tell you what's going on. And I'll tell you that the way that they're teaching at Jukun at the junior high schools, like with a lot of translations and stuff, does not actually fit the exam. And that's what I can tell the parents. For example, here, the exams in Yamagata now are meaning based. Let's look. Yeah, I won't look at the question, but we'll just look at the answers here. These are your answers. May I answer your questions? You know, what fits in here? May I ask you some questions? Will you show me the beautiful places? Will you help the people in Yamagata? Those are your answers. There are no questions on this entire test where you'll get it right or wrong based on the discrete grammar knowledge. Now, that is not the case for Hyogo. Hyogo is still, there's a lot more meaning, but there are some discrete answers. Yamagata, it's not. And so if you miss this question, you miss it because you don't understand the meaning, not because you forgot your little s. There are places where having the s on there is helpful, but not on most of the questions. Another thing, for example, there is no translation on the test, period. Now, there is this problem. This is actually a problem I like quite a bit. It says, Taiwan no nai o tsukushite nihongo de kakinasai. Take this marked circle to circle and write the meaning in Japanese is what it's saying. What is to circle? A problem. The answer to this is not mondai desu. What you have to do is you have to read this and write in Japanese what the problem is. That is a pretty damn good question, I think, for a high school entrance exam. Are the kids going to be able to do this by doing grammar translation back and forth? No. Sorry, I'm getting a little excited. They can't. But the parents don't know that. The teachers don't know that. When you can tell them what's on the test, then you become an expert. And then your students trust you. And we have some students leaving for Juku, not that many. And if a student comes to us and say, hey, my Juku is changing times, can you, sorry, you have to choose. And suddenly, the Juku, they find a way to go another day Juku more often than not. So, okay, 1 minute. Here is the reading passage. That's a pretty decently long reading passage. Our students, even in we use Finding Out, and whatever you use, but in their 5th year of elementary school, they're reading something like this. And this is 3rd year junior high when they'd be doing this. By 3rd year junior high in our program, they're reading things even longer than that. We're using the in English. The other thing, in Yamagata, the last question, you have to read this portion and you need to write 4 sentences or more in English. Now, I'll tell you this. Osaka Prefecture is 40 words, about 40 words. Hyogo Prefecture, no writing. For us, yeah. Yamagata, this is one of the longer of the ones I've looked at nationally. 4 sentences or more, original, in English. Our kids are writing from day one, even if it's just letters. We're preparing them for this. They're not getting this in other areas. And then we're doing the YLE. We don't just say no Aiken. They want something. So we say, hey, the YLE, Cambridge University. This is international, not just Japan. It actually measures what they can do in English, not just whether or not they can regurgitate the junior high school curriculum. And so that's what we're doing. And I think, sorry, that put me 1 minute over. My apologies.
Well done, Ryan Hagland.
Anyway. So, yeah.
All right, people at home on Zoom, please give me about 45 seconds. I'm going to move the audio input source for just a second. All right, Ryan, thanks for, there's a lot of information. So you can see that he rushed through a bunch of stuff at the end. So my recommendation would be to talk with him later. And people at home as well, if you have questions, we'll try to get, you know, I think Ryan's pretty, you know, available on social media and stuff like that. And so if you have any questions, please reach out, start a conversation with them. And before that, we do have any quick questions for Ryan. Pedro.
When you were
Hold on. The mics are working now. I want to use them.
when you were talking before about telling the parents that your deal with, like, how do you send that message?
It's hard to do on our materials. We say, well, 教育プロが作った英語スクール. You know, so we're trying to create the we're pros. The actual talk about what's on the tests really happens when they come to us. But the slides I show you are part of our presentation that we give to parents when the students are looking to join in kindergarten, elementary school, first year, second year. You know, so we're starting it from the very beginning of that talk. But the whole idea is we are education professionals. Where, you know, was it ECC? I walked by on the way here. They had on the poster, they had a like this. That is not what we want to do. Sorry.
That's your differentiation. Yeah.
So that message is only after the parents take the initiative.
The details are only after the parents take that. The message starts from the marketing. They will pose. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna, I know, I'm sure a lot more questions out there, so please remember them and talk with Ryan later. Our next presenter is Adam Cardos. Now, Adam had a brush with COVID in the family, so he couldn't be here to present live today. So what we're gonna do is, for the people at home and actually for you here, we're going to plug this monitor into the computer for Zoom, and so you should be able to see everyone who's online in just a minute.
Darren, I wish I could be there with you guys. This really sucks. I'm feeling fine, by the way, but I'm in quarantine. My daughter just got COVID as well, just yesterday. So now the quarantine has been extended a little bit. So I'll be here for a while. But thanks for listening. And yeah, so what I'm going to talk about today a little bit is I'm going to give a little bit of a story of our school, and then we'll look at some of the things that we did well or didn't do well, and hopefully use that to kind of spring forward into a discussion of concerns for the future and, you know, different ideas of how to get over them. I kind of wanted this to be a bit more interactive towards the end, and I'm not sure how that's going to work, but let's give it a try. So yes, I will start with that lovely picture of myself shirtless with a tuna. Just a second here. There we are back there again. So, yeah, so I'm going to just do a real quick run through my journey and some of the different things that has happened to our school along the way. And then we'll look at sort of why those things might have happened towards the end. So here I am, 2003-ish, I think. A bit of a hippie, loved playing in bands. I was a cook. And I meandered my way through university and I got a degree. And then I thought, hey, I've got time, so time to get a job. And I got, there we go. I got a very lovely job with a famous company that most of you probably know. I was recruited from overseas. And there I am in about 2007 with a bunch of kids. And I really actually enjoyed this. This is one of the high points in my 20s. I really enjoyed teaching, and I found out that I had a bit of a knack for it. So those were good times until it wasn't to be. Suddenly all things came crashing down as Nova went bankrupt in, I think, precisely the end of 2007. And I found myself unemployed with thousands of other teachers scrambling for scarce jobs that were there. So what happened there was I got together with a few of the different teachers at our school, and we rented a tiny little apartment. There were 5 of us teaching at this one little location, and you can kind of picture what that was like. They were tough times. I think I was making about 50,000 yen a month at the beginning. And lucky for me, I proposed to my girlfriend at the time, and she said yes. She's a bit of a risk taker and wasn't deterred by the fact that I was kind of destitute. And then, so in the early days of running the school, I found, wow, 2 years of teaching at Nova was really not enough. And I had a, imposter syndrome doesn't even begin to describe the way I felt in this position. So I went out and I got a CELTA, and I kept on learning, kept on studying about teaching, and the school grew actually quite quickly in the beginning. Every year we were taking on new students, a lot of adults. Our school in the early days was primarily for adults. And then sometime around 2012, our kids program just suddenly started to take off, almost mysteriously. We went from 5 students to a couple hundred students in the space of just a couple of years. I talked last week at the Eikaiwa Owners Group conference a little bit about how we grew and looked at specifically at the numbers. So I'm trying to avoid that topic today because a lot of you might have already seen it, but I'll touch on some of the points. So at this point, again, I still thought, well, first of all, the kids programs were growing. I knew very little about teaching kids. I didn't really like it. I didn't feel like the kids progressed or they were learning. So I set out to kind of find out more about that. And I went to Vietnam to a school called ILA, where I did the CELT-YL, kind of the kids version of the CELTA. I also started doing Delta with International House online. And this was one of the most exciting periods of running a school for me. This is kind of the period where I really loved what I was doing, and everything was, I'd wake up every day energized, ready to try new things. And some of the things that I learned about teaching young learners during this period that just kind of opened up my universe and made me kind of fall in love with teaching and understand how profound it could really be were things like, for example, CLIL, teaching subject matter through English. And along with that, understanding about the cognitive dimension, understanding that it's not enough just to be teaching kids, words and grammar. They also need to be using their minds, using their higher order cognitive thinking skills, doing things like analyzing, evaluating, creating, in order to learn more deeply. And it's just so much more rewarding of a thing to do when you're working on projects or getting kids really thinking about things rather than just playing games and learning language. Motivation was a big topic that got me interested as well. Interesting, last week when we did the Eikaiwa Owners Conference, I asked the question, what do kids need from an English school? And a lot of people did answer motivation, and I couldn't agree more. I think it's one of the really important topics, and anyone who's running a school or is, in educational design, if you're not thinking about motivation, then there's something kind of lacking in your program design. So more specifically, I was interested in self-determination theory, how autonomy, competence, and also connections between students and between the teacher and students could lead to increased levels of motivation and much more rapid learning and just diehard fans, students that just love learning and love coming to our school and that sort of thing. I also learned another topic of mine that became really, really to me was the effect of narratives and stories on our brains. Story-based learning is something, again, that I'm just really passionate about. So as I was learning about these different things, I was constantly trying to design new lessons, putting them into play, trying them out with my own classes, training other teachers on the ideas, and we kind of developed our own base of knowledge, whether it's training, courses, that sort of thing. And at the same time, the school continued to grow. This, again, I talked a bit about this last week. One of the keys to it growing was that we kept on adding on new courses. We added on 3-hour Saturday classes. Those filled up really quickly. We added on our Gakudo program. That one also filled up quite quickly. We have a preschool, and we have a huge range of classes. Ryan mentioned Cambridge YLE. We do that. We also do Aiken. We don't turn people away who, say that, and as Ryan also said, they don't, but we do offer some classes for Aiken. Essentially, we're able to, any student that comes in with whatever needs they have, we're able to kind of offer them a class or a few different classes that would suit their particular customer profile or their needs, what they want. So this was a big driver of growth for our school. Now, with that growth, Of course, our number of teachers also grew really quickly, and our number of staff. I think at our peak, probably around now, we have about 25 teachers and staff put together. So I think at the beginning, Lawrence talked a little bit about, staying small or getting big or being that sort of medium-sized coffee cup, I think was on his slide there. I think that we've kind of gone into this sort of medium-sized coffee cup and we've stayed there. And that is one of the most challenging places to be. And we were there for quite a long time. I think in many ways we still are. So with teachers, number of teachers growing, I realized that one of the skills that I didn't really have was managing. I love teaching, I love training, but I didn't really know how to manage. I didn't even know what that was. And yeah, can I share just one quick little anecdote about how bad things got in the earlier days? This is probably around 2013. So I was a kind of a chronic micromanager, I guess you'd call it. I'd walk by a classroom and see something I didn't like that a teacher was doing. And then after the class, I would call them out and say like, well, why were you doing that? And often in front of their peers, in front of the other teachers. And this was something that I kind of did regularly. And I really wasn't good at controlling my emotions either. I would actually, I would let it show that I was annoyed. And this wasn't good. And one year I can remember this is kind of a turning point for me. Our school had a bonenkai. And so all of the teachers were out, we were having yakiniku, drinking. We went to karaoke after. I was probably in karaoke with about 10 of our teachers. Everybody's drunk. And this one young teacher, he was about 23, I think he was in his first year working with us, young Australian guy, decided it was time to really show me the error of my ways. And he started to tell me what everybody thought of me. And he told me that they'd had meetings after work to talk about, what are we going to do about Adam? He's such a micromanager. And he really just wouldn't back down. And this just broke me down completely. So this is one of the times that, the title of my presentation is about, some days you wish you'd never started a school in the first place. That was very much the position that I was in. I went home in a taxi, devastated. But that was a big turning point, and I can swear that I've never snapped at an employee or gone back to those old ways since that. That was such a profound experience that it just kind of changed me fully. So that's where I learned that, yes, I needed to learn more about management. So I did start to study more about that. We developed, an employee handbook, made everything more clear to the employees, what the expectations were. Also, I learned that a lot of the things that I knew from teaching were actually not so, they were totally applicable to managing as well. Things like motivation, giving the teachers autonomy, letting them feel that they have competence at what they're doing. These things all made a huge difference. And then little by little, this part of the puzzle came together for us. And eventually we, had managers. I was able to delegate things, and I could actually take a step back, and things ran really well. In fact, that one 23-year-old teacher that I mentioned just before, he was actually in one of the pictures, but I'm not going to point out who. He's actually one of our managers now at age 30. I think he's 31 now. So I feel like we're doing something right in that department now. So if anyone is kind of in that transition, going from a small school to bigger, don't neglect the management piece of the puzzle, because it will surely come back to affect you at some point. Being nice is not enough either, I think. Okay, so yeah, the school kept on growing. I think in 2018, we were up to about just under 800 students, many of them taking more than one lesson per week, and things were good. And not only that, my wife and I had been trying to have a baby for a long time, and finally we were successful. So on paper, 2018 should have been the best year of my career. However, that was not at all the case. In 2018, I was trying to work less. I was trying to sort of stand back and not do anything. And somehow I just lost it. I think every morning I'd wake up and feel tired. I didn't really want to work. I didn't want to do anything. And I felt like I was just constantly kind of dealing with problems. I called my job a fireman at the time. I just wake up in the morning. Oh, okay. The toilet backed up because one of the students in Gakudo has been stuffing toilet paper into the toilet and it's made it overflow. So I've got to go and clean that up and find out who did it. One of our, these are just examples. One of our teachers, instead of handing out flyers during a free period, he was throwing the flyers into the garbage and just, taking a break. The list goes on. And each individual thing is kind of small, but what I felt was it was just all I was doing was kind of defending, just dealing with problems as they came. So yeah, I was very unhappy. Right. And the worst part about it for me was that I didn't know why I was unhappy. I couldn't figure out, like, everything's going good, so why am I not just springing out of bed today every day excited? So what really got me out of it was what happened next. And this is again in about 2018. So we got the call from the big leagues, is what I like to call it. So at this time, a big education company in Japan, one that you all know, I won't name the name here, was interested in having us help them to develop a chain of schools. And this got me really excited. So it started off with a training program. They had me and one of our trainers as well to put on a 6-week training course for some of their teachers at one division of their company. That was a big success. And then we entered negotiations for a contract that we would have done consulting, curriculum development, and also dispatching trainers to their schools, something that would have been really big for us. So in the negotiations for this, I started to do some market research. I needed certain numbers and figures and be able to present my case more convincingly. And that was a bit of an eye-opener for me because until that point, a lot of the things that I was doing was I was just chasing what I thought would be an ideal school. I opened Gakudo because I thought kids needed more time learning English. Open preschool because I thought that's something that's absolutely, great. It develops bilingual children, so we've got to do that. But then doing the market research, I realized, okay, now I can see why we were successful with these things. For example, in 2012, when our kids' English program took off, that was part of a larger market trend. Also, our adults had recently started to decline. And that was another part of the trend. There was a bit more of an exodus to online classes, especially for adults. So that was a bit of an eye-opener. Anyways, I'll come back to that a little bit at the end. So, so we went through months of negotiation with this company. And then in December 2018, we got the call, not the call, we got an email saying, yes, we're going ahead with it. We're going to use your company and we're going to sign the contract. Everything is a go. And this is an actual photo. This is a really important photo for me. This is a photo of myself and my wife celebrating with some champagne over our little baby, which, all of our dreams had come true. We were all set. Life was good. And I was genuinely very happy on that night. And then just a few days later, we received another email. And this has nothing to do with Nova. I've used that Nova Usagi in this presentation to kind of just represent larger forces, things that happen that are beyond your control. So what had happened is that their CEO had been fired for power harassment. And along with that, he was one of the people who had kind of backed our project. So our project was scrapped along with a bunch of other things, and that never happened. So the next few days after that, I was pretty kind of shocked and upset, but I was kind of waiting. Okay, am I going to go back to feeling kind of down and not into it and lose my passion once again? And I was waiting. I thought it was going to happen. And the strange thing is it never happened. And the reason why is because I realized what it was that really got me excited about what I'm doing, about running a school and all of the other things that I've been involved in. And I was so excited about that project that it kind of brought me up in that we had already made groundwork to make some courses for them, publishing, music, all kinds of different things that we were going to do for them. So we decided, forget about it, we're going to do it anyways. So we opened our publishing company, AAS Press. And from that point, we just went on a tear of creating graded readers, music. Friend of mine, Malcolm Harding, saw some of our books and said, oh, can you make a phonics course? There's a school I know that really needs this phonics course. So in 3 months, I sketched out like mad on paper this phonics course, and that came into being as well. Then let's see. So what happened after that? Wasn't long after that COVID hit. And then this was another kind of point where I realized some of our decisions in the past might have actually saved us. So when COVID came, part of our school model was based on having both adults and kids. So we'd have a lot of particularly senior citizens in the morning, and we had our kids' classes in the afternoon. We lost about 140 adult students in the first year of COVID. Slowly, they've come back a little bit lately, but it'll never be back the way it was. And what that caused also was that, well, previously we could monetize our teachers' whole day. They would, they'd be teaching classes from morning, often up to 7 lessons in a day. That no longer was really possible because they didn't have the business in the morning. So one of the things that we did was we decided to kind of shift our company into a little bit more of almost like an ed tech company. We decided to make the Gamerized Dictionary. So the way that the teachers kind of fit into this is that we had a lot of hours of teachers' time. So if we could train them to be making content and helping with building something larger rather than, using all of their time for teaching, then we've got a company that once again kind of makes sense. Yeah, and the Gamerized Dictionary also it solved a few problems for us. One of them, yes, was what to do with our teachers' extra time. Some other things that a couple of the presenters before mentioned as well. Flip learning, Doris mentioned flip learning. It was something that we used to kind of really supercharge our classes and differentiate ourselves as a school. What else? There was another one I wanted to mention there that somebody talked about. Anyways, it'll come back to me. Right. So there we go. So that gives me a few minutes left. So I would like to kind of transition a little bit into the concerns, and I haven't planned a full concerns and here's how to solve them kind of section for my talk. So hopefully this will generate a little bit more discussion. So I'm going to throw the Nova Usagi back up here again to represent that kind of larger thing that might affect you in a way that you might not be able to, deal with, forces that are larger than you're able to contend with. One of them is market trends. So all of the things that happened in our school history were in some way related to demographics and changes. Nova itself created a huge amount of demand in the adults market. It created 45-minute or 40-minute reservation-based lessons. It advertised it like crazy, and there became a huge amount of demand for adults lessons. That kind of started to wane. So again, that's something that it's a market trend, and it's something that's a bit larger than your control. Even if you're really good at Instagram marketing, you might not be able to create that level of demand. Similarly, with our app, the Gamerized Dictionary, when Duolingo does a huge marketing campaign, then we triple our amount of sales on the App Store. So yeah, basically, there's a spin-off effect from larger companies and whatever their trends they're trying to set. Other things, declining population. This is something I talked about in my presentation a while back on opening an English Gakudo. Our total addressable market is definitely shrinking. It's shocking almost how fewer kids there are now compared to, for example, 10, 20 years ago. So this is something that obviously we need to contend with. One of my ideas is, yeah, opening longer classes, offering more of the child care, because as I've seen through market research, the number of working parents is increasing, the number of double income families and single parent families are increasing quite quickly. So the need for childcare is increasing. So this is something that could safeguard our schools a bit. In our case, again, since we differentiated and we had so many different types of programs, we lost so many adults, but other programs were successful. So in the end, we ended up roughly the same, and in some ways better, because we've also generated a lot of value out of our teachers' time creating the app and that sort of thing. So I suppose if there's any one kind of like message or whatever coming from my presentation today, it might be don't put all your eggs in one basket. Certainly look at the trends, look at what's happening, but be aware that you don't have full control over it. Just be prepared to pivot and change as things happen. I think I'm just about over time there, so I'm just going to give the rest of my list really quick. Inflation exchange rate, the 60,000 yen that I received as a Nova teacher in 2005 is still the same salary that teachers are getting now, but it's not as valuable to them compared to their home country's salaries. Online competition, AI interpretation, is it possible that English will no longer be needed as a subject? Entirely possible. War, natural disasters, disease, these things all affect us. And finally, immigration policy. One little change could, again, wipe out an entire industry. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing there. Is everyone still with me? Can I get a hand wave? There he is. I don't feel so lonely now.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was a really awkward moment. All right, a little round of applause for Adam, please.
Thank you.
Adam will be joining us later for the roundtable. He said a lot of really interesting things, but I'm sensing maybe break time is a good idea. Restroom breaks, get up, stretch your legs and stuff, coffee. Our next presenter is Naoko Amano. She runs a school in almost Wakayama.
No.
Not Wakayama, but almost, right?
Yeah.
Southeast Osaka, near the airport, called Yellow Banana Academy. And today she's going to talk to us about We Are Special. And it's, I did see the episode, it's quite interesting. So, Naoko?
Yes.
Naoko Amano.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm a little nervous, but thank you very much for having me today. Last time I danced here. But yeah, do you remember? Yeah, but today I'd like to talk about something a little more majime. And I apologize if I speak strange English. And I prepared to talk many things, so I couldn't remember all of them. So please let me cheat. Okay, so I am from Kishiwada, so I'm going to talk about a little bit more about me. Okay, my name is Naoko Amano. I was born 47 years ago in Kawachi, Nagano, Osaka. And grew up in Kishiwada and Senshu, Osaka. It is, yeah, the town is very famous for Danjiri Festival. Yeah, I still live there, and my school is in Kishiwada. Yeah. And my parents are from Shikoku. My father is from Kochi, and my mother is from Ehime. So I'm not real Kishiwada people, actually. Yeah. They come to my parents came to Osaka to work, and then my mother worked in sewing factory, and my father worked for Hitachi Zosen. That he built ship, very big ship. Yeah, after I was born, my mother worked at home and sewing towel. And when I was a little, my bed was her back. Yeah, so my father often played with me, but the place is pachinko parlor. He loves pachinko, and he took me to the pachinko parlor all the time. But yeah, but he loves learning. He loves learning, and he has a lot of books. And among them were English material like this. Do you know Labo? Yeah.
What kind of cassettes are these?
Yeah, cassettes. Yeah. Yes. Mm. I was just a little girl, but I remembered looking at the picture books and with my father, and beside him as he played the tape. And also I remember that it was kind of fun. I don't know, I didn't know what it says, but I kind of fun, and I imagine what is the world or something like that. And then when I was in junior high school, my school has a pen pal club. And I learned how to write letters in English at the and send them out. Yeah, and my part was in Canada. He's I think 14 years old boy, but I never received his reply. Never. When I was in high school, I met an ALT teacher. She's from Canada. Her name is Connie, and she was very good to me, and I exchanged letters for a while. So I thought I wanted to study English in Canada, and I was dreaming about going to Canada, and I started to learn English very hard. Then finally I got a chance to go to abroad. Then I went to New Zealand. Yeah, it was not Canada, but I was blessed with my host family and the teachers, and I had a great time in New Zealand. Yeah, I think it was around this time that I started to feel that the English I was learning at school was somehow different from what I was used to. So I want to start why I studied to English school, because do you want to get a point, right? But please wait. I need to talk more. Yeah. So after grade college, junior college, I worked as an office worker, but quit. It was not interesting. So, and I found a part-time job at Kansai International Airport, and I enjoy communicate with many people from other countries in English. And then one of the company, it is German company, Kuehne and Nagel. It's a cargo agency. Yeah. They asked me to work full time, and it was hard job, but it was interesting. And then one of the customer, it was the Foreign Buyers Club. Do you know? Yes, right. So I got sorry. I used to imagine myself with looking at their catalog. They sent me their catalog to check the materials in the container. So I was really enjoying looking the catalog. And then after I got married, and I got married and sorry, and had children, and I retired this job. And one day, I got a box from America, and I have a friend in Miami, and she sent me. She's a English. She is a elementary school teacher, and she sent me those books to my kids. So I am really excited about it because I never seen these real colorful and look fun workbooks, because the Japanese English book is only in Japanese, right? So I'm so excited about it. So this made me think to start teaching English. Yeah. Why I talked about my history? What did you notice? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So there is an aspiration for using English when I was little. Yeah. Aspiration. Have you ever had aspiration about Japan? Yeah? No? Yeah? Yeah? Have you ever thought about your students' aspiration? So what do they admire? What do they want to do? So I want to be, my aspiration, I want to be able to speak English because it's cool, looks cool. And I want to study abroad, and I still think about studying abroad, but yeah, I like speaking English, and I like to communicate with other, people all over the world. So, and I think the students have the those kind of aspiration, yeah, and so they imagine their future through learning English. I always talk to my students about my aspiration and hear their aspiration. And I want to have a good atmosphere to feel their aspiration at school. So I decorate school, doing culture events like Halloween, and because it's exciting, and I love to see the students smile. So, and also that because having a dream is wonderful, but reality. Yeah, so they have to pass the entrance examination, they have to take ACAN, they have to get a good score at school. I always help them about it, but some students left my school because of Juku. Yeah, but I feel very sad, and because they didn't want to quit my school. So I have been looking for the way to solve this problem. We need both, aspiration and reality. So then I opened YBA Study Club. This is an optional course, and they do doing their homework there, and maybe they can preparation, the gamerize from the Adams, and also they read books and study for examination, and so they are almost self-study, but they have English coach. So the coach is university students, and they all graduate from my school. So they know my style of teaching, and also they know about other students, the little, younger students. So they have a really good relationship. So now I have lots of students take YBA study club, and they say parents don't have enough time to look after children because they have jobs, and maybe they don't care about homework. But at the study club, they do their English schools homework as well as their school homework. And one of the students says he's gaining confidence and enjoy learning English at YBA, because if they don't do homework, they feel bad and they don't want to come. But they have done homework already, they have confidence. Yeah, and they enjoy studying with coaches, and they enjoy learning English in different ways, because it is limited. Well, once a week lesson is not enough. I think many students want to do more. But at the YBA study club, what we call YSTA, at the YSTA, they do many things. We have a lot of options. Yeah. So I think that this YSTA fits the students recently, because they have to go to Juku, but they still want to stay YBA, so they come the little time, and they can choose the time they want to come. So it's easy to come, and also so some in Shiwada area, many students do sports, and the BMX is very famous. And they practice every day, but they need to study. So they finish the practice, they come to YSTA, and they study English, and they study school things. Yeah, and the coaches, they are really close in age, and they can easily ask questions. So students can easily ask questions, and by taking with the coaches, they seem to develop new goals and aspiration again. So here's a pie of my. Here's a pie showing how students are using YBA. Last year, only 10% of students using YBA study club. But now we have 33% of students take regular course and YBA study club. That means the cost per customer increased. Yes. And I have the YSTA has 3 patterns. 4 times a month, and 8 times a month, and free. So most of the students come YSTA after regular lesson or before the lesson. It works really well. So their English is also improving very fast, faster than before. Yes. Okay, this is my school's course, regular course in the 60 minutes lesson, 38 times a year. So we close August, but we have a special lesson in August. And special training course, which we start this year from since April. It is 25 hours a course and 4 times a month, and the YBA study club. So they can choose what they want. Yes. So what I want to say is, I have no experience spending long periods of the period of time abroad. So, and my teaching method have come through my own try and error process. But I don't really care if I was doing it wrong or not, because I just thought about what I could do for my students. And that is why Yellow Banana Academy has become a school that is hard to explain. Yeah, but it has become something special for me and for students. So I'm sure that while you are listening to me now, in your head, I think you have something. What is special for your school, about your school? And what can you do for your students? Maybe the idea is different. So, I mean, I don't think that the teachers here are thinking exactly the same way, right? That means you are special. So, and also your students are special. So when you focus on that, I think you can see the future. So I think, so you can see the future. So that's all.
Thank you, Naoko. Yay! You're special.
Thank you. Thank you very
There was
much.
a question online from Mary. Can you read that for us, Phil?
So Naoko, do you get 5 teachers helping 5 subjects for YBA?
No, actually, it's not Juku. So, and my students are young, at least junior high school students. So university, the coach can cover every subject. And I sometimes help them. There's materials and print materials, so it's easy to teach. So
It's not only English, but also Kokugo.
yes, I will help.
Outstanding. Go ahead.
Price of this?
Price for study club.
Yeah. I was just curious about the pricing.
Yeah. It's quite really cheap. So for 4 times a month is 3,300 yen.
What are you paying for teachers? What's your coach is costing you an hour? You pay them hourly wages?
Yeah, 1,500 yen. Yes. 1,500 yen.
Japanese university students?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, are they Japanese university students?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
I have another question, sorry. How long does
Each session last for?
Each session-
How long does each session last for?
50 minutes.
50 minutes. So they come for 50 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yes. And 8コマ、あと 8 times a month is 4,400 yen.
Maybe I'll call you.
Yeah. Okay. I will post later.
Adam, yeah.
You want? Yes.
Yeah. Hold on. Can you pass that back to me?
Have you found any disadvantages with hiring younger teachers? Like in my experience, things like phone manner and, having to be absent because of tests or things like that from their university?
Yeah. Actually, そうね、テストの時重なる。Yeah. But I can help the web staff, and the other teachers is also very wise, so she can help that. We can cover coaches. Yeah.
Okay, I do think we have just a bit too late. Sorry, Nan. I do think we should be moving on. Okay, so one more round of applause, please, for Naoko.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Ha, ha, ha. Hello. It's good.
Okay, I think we're ready to start, everyone. We all set? People online, welcome back. Our next presenter is Junpei from Nico Kids English, and we're running a little late, so round of applause for Junpei.
Thank you. Hey guys. Hey. How's it going? Great. Okay, so I'm Junpei. I run a school called Nico Kids English in Tokushima and Tokyo, and I work as a marketing consultant to help school owners with their marketing. Then I live in Tokyo now, but today I took Shinkansen and I took a train to come to here. Then I was seeing a lot of beautiful nature and from the train. And I was surprised, like Japanese houses are beautiful, well made. Then all the infrastructure very, very well made. Then on the other hand, when I was back in China 3 years ago, right before COVID, I was, very surprised. Even in super countryside, a lot of infrastructure going on, constructions going on everywhere, like lots of tall buildings and huge malls and things like that. And in that kind of environment, it makes sense that people feel very like energetic and like ambitious. And I felt a lot of power when I was in China. But unfortunately, in Japan, we don't have that kind of environment anymore. So that was like a bubble era. We had that kind of environment, but not anymore. But thanks for Eric and Satomi and all the other people that are involved to this event. So gathering, together and thinking about the future is a fantastic thing. So I really appreciate for making this event come true. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's fantastic. Yeah.
That's about your line.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're on the camera frame sometime.
Okay. This is my habit. I have to walk around when I talk. Okay. So I'll be careful. Yeah. So so that's the picture that I took from the train. Anyway, so here's my school in Tokushima. So this is our logo, like gold and blue is our corporate color. Then I moved to Tokyo last year. I've been running the schools for about 13 years, but I moved to Tokyo and opened 2 new schools in Setagaya. Then we have about 150 students in Tokyo and about 250 students in Tokushima. Then it's kind of crazy, but I run a design company as well. And we design like a lot of buildings and apparel shop and a cafe and things like that. So it sounds crazy, but so this is what we've been building. But the thing is that I didn't, mean to be the CEO of a design company. Actually, my crazy brother, he used to run a design company. Then he created 100 million yen of debt. Then there's no way that he could get rid of it. So it was very, kind of nasty and a messy process, but we had to, default all the debt. Then I had to start as a, his younger brother had to start, a new company to take over the projects that are ongoing. And then, of course, take over some of that, which we didn't want to, but that's what I had to do. So that's, what I've been doing. So running like a design company and 4 schools and marketing consulting. Yep. So, but, there's a lot of ways going up and down, but I've been enjoying surfing these, crazy waves in my life. So this is actually the busiest time of my entire life, but I've been, very exciting every day.
You're gonna hit that chord.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oops, that's what I did. Damn it. If it's a little earlier.
Okay, so yeah, good. Wow, everything coming along together. Awesome. Okay, so good things. So things that are we're doing well and good is that design. So as you saw our design, it doesn't look like an English school for children. It looks like kind of cafe or like a bakery and things like that. So at some point in the beginning, I was following that kind of like a trend of kids like market design. So like, you know, having a lot of different vivid colors, but I personally didn't like it. So at some point I was like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I just want to make what I love. Then it ended up, you know, differentiating our, you know, design from a lot of different schools. So that's kind of the, you know, how we have started to well known as having kind of like a well design. So that's one thing. And then another thing is branding. So as I mentioned, we've been using two colors, so navy and gold. So on Instagram or on website or brochure or everything that we have, it's you know, streamlined with two colors. So when people see so those colors and our logo, they start to think like, oh, okay, this is the school. Okay, I've kind of heard of about the school and things like that. So that's been, you know, creating our brand awareness in the area. So that's one. And next thing is conveying a message. So I used to be a drummer in a death metal band. I don't look like that anymore, but I used to like it. But yeah, I don't listen to death metal anymore because it gives me kind of headache. It's just too loud. Yeah, but the thing is that I was band dude, and I went to the US because I gave up a dream to become a professional musician, and I came back at the age of 23, then started my school. Then literally being able to speak English and more of like start English as a tool literally changed my life and literally opened my doors to be able to do a lot of different things. So that's something that I like to convey to our parents and the kids. Then this is something that I talk about on our website a lot. So those parents who resonate with my message come to our school. So that makes us a lot easier for sales. So we don't have to convince them how good we are, how well we are doing, or anything like that. So it's very, you know, easy for us to, you know, okay, here's what we do, and here's the price, and things like that. So it's been very successful. So I highly recommend that. Sometimes it's, you know, difficult to start. You feel kind of like, oh, should I say this? Like it's kind of like too private and things like that. But it's very important. So you open up yourself and tell about yourself. Okay, then so this one is more about like management. So as I told you, I moved to Tokyo last year. So, but the thing is that I didn't build Tokushima team that well. So after I failed, that team started to fall apart. So the team started to, you know, lose motivation and start to lose, you know, performance, and students start to quit and things like that. So that's why I start to have a session called one-on-one semi-annual session where our employees, our teachers and staff members can give me feedback, and they can rate me how I'm doing as a business owner and their boss. So in the beginning, of course, it's hard for them to like, okay, so your grade is 1, so you're not doing very well. It's very hard for them to, you know, say things very honestly. But when I started the session, so I tried to incorporate every small thing that they mentioned to me right away, so that they start to see like, oh wow, Junpei has changed. Junpei is trying to change things. So it was very difficult for me to admit, because, you know, as a business owner, we always have to think we're right, right? But, you know, it was very difficult, yeah, so for me to, you know, kind of you know, change. But as I start to make a lot of changes, our staff members start to feel like, oh wow, things are changing. So the team start to have more motivation, and things are getting better now. Yeah. Then marketing. So as I'm a marketing consultant, so this is something that I'd like to get into detail from now on. And especially, as I mentioned, I started new schools in Tokyo, and we didn't have any brand awareness in that area. But within 4 months, we have had about 70 students. So that's, in Tokushima, it was very difficult to have that many of students. Then also our price is not very cheap. So we are charging about 14,300 yen for 15-minute lesson and once a week. And then we've got 43 lessons per year. So compared to like a Tokyo average fee, it's a little bit expensive. Then so here's a list of the trials. So in terms of the trials, in half a year, we have gotten 172, which is kind of like a crazy number. But thinking about having like that many of trials, actually conversion rate is pretty low. It's because it's a new school, so a lot of people are want to try, just give it a try, a free trial lesson. So the conversion rate was pretty low. So that's something that I had to work on. So what did I do? So what things that I did right? So that's something that I'd like to talk about. So thinking about Tokyo, kind of like a most advanced area, like people are, observed a lot of like a marketing and aware of a lot of many things. So I would like you to think what worked best for us to get that many of students in short amount of time. So like, for example, Google Ads, Instagram Ads, or if you think like anything that you think like, oh, that worked, that worked. Like any ideas?
Signage.
Sorry, one more time?
Signage, your school is pretty.
Sign.
Really interested in knowing.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So it's like outside design. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So what is Instagram? Okay. Kuchikomi. Okay. So what else? Any ideas?
Print ads.
Print ads. Okay, great. All right. So the answer is posting. Yeah, so it's surprising, right? A lot of people talk about posting is almost like an ancient thing, and it's kind of like a dead. But surprisingly, even a place like Tokyo, posting worked the best for us, and the conversion rate was about 1,000,000 yen. So conversion rate is like a cost to get one student to sign up your school. So that was 1,000,000 yen. So in our average rate in Tokushima was about 25,000 yen or 3万 yen to get one student. So compared to that, it's very, very low. So it means very, very efficient. So that worked really good.
So this was for Tokyo
or? This is Tokyo. Yeah, this is Tokyo. Okay. So then I will talk about the rest of things that we've done. So next one is web ads. So Instagram and the Google ads. And if you're not familiar with Google ads, so you can put ad. When, for example, people search yoga, here's my area in Tokyo, then Kodomo Eikaiwa. Then you see like here, kokoku, right? Then these are ads, paid ads. So sending these ads worked pretty well. And also influencer marketing. And when probably like you're a little bit familiar with the word influencer marketing. And what we are trying to do, what we try to do is try to find Instagrammers with in local areas. So if we try to work with someone like a very well known, like nationwide, it's difficult for us to pay. It's like it would be too expensive and it wouldn't be like a localized. So we found someone, for example, someone like her who doesn't have many followers. It's just about 1,200, but she's like pretty well known in the local area. So we contacted her. Then I will, give your children a free lesson if you like our lessons. Then she can advertise our school, like on her stories. She can put, oh, okay, my kid did blah, 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 blah. And in Nikoki's lessons, our kids made blah, 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 things like that. So that one worked pretty well as well. And it didn't cost much. We just paid, if she brought someone, if we had a new student from her account, then we paid her like a 5,000 yen for each student. So I don't think that's not so expensive. Yeah. And also, so we have a lot of local magazines in each area, but I found local web magazine that's focused on in our area, Futako Tamagawa. So they have a lot of many followers, which is great. So we asked them if they can advertise our school, if they think what we are doing is great and it fits their theme or way of thinking. Then we had a talk. Then they said, "Oh, okay, it's very interesting and it's very good for kids and things like that." So they posted about our school on this. It's not here, but that's they did previously. Then from that post, we have got about 3 or 4 students, and we paid about the same, like a 5,000 yen for each student, which again, not so expensive, it's pretty reasonable. Yeah. And I think those are things that that you guys can do in any areas. Okay, and the magazine ads. So a lot of people ask me if having an ad on magazine, which is quite expensive, like sometimes like a 15,000 yen for 1 page and 20 man or something like that. So that's expensive. And so we've tried it in Tokushima and it didn't work really well. But this time, I'm a type of person who tries everything to make sure if it works or not. So I tried to do this. I think that was like 20 yen. And we got only 1 student from that. So conversion rate is 20 yen for this. So I highly recommend you guys not to do it. So please learn it from my mistake. But in terms of the conversion, it's not so well. But when it comes to like a branding and like a showing like, oh, okay, look, we are on the local magazine, which everyone knows in the area. So that's kind of when it, shows your branding a little bit. Yeah, but I don't really recommend that.
How do you roll out? They saw this,
Mhm.
and then they went to something like they saw this in your magazine, and then they went to Instagram, and then they said, "Oh, we got from Instagram."
Oh, okay. So when we have a trial lesson, oh yeah. But we give them a survey. Then they check like how do they find out about the school. Then they check like, oh, I saw the magazine like that. Right. Yeah. Thanks for the question. Okay. And word of mouth, we didn't have obviously any word of mouth, so it didn't happen. Okay, so these are things that we have done in Tokyo, and probably not so surprising. All the strategies are something that you are already familiar with, right? Nothing like, oh, wow, I had no idea you could do that or anything like that. So now, I like to talk about, we like to talk about future of marketing. So since those things are not so kind of like innovative, but things will change. So I like to talk about future of marketing. And when we talk about future, it's always important to look back the history. So how advertisement changed. So 90s, so newspaper started, then magazine, radio, TV, and web, and what will be having in 2000 around 30. So I've got 5 essential things but we don't have time. So I will talk about one very important things. So it's called DRM, Direct Responsive Marketing. So let me tell you what it stands for. So Direct Responsive Marketing. So what it does is that, so have you seen Shimachiro, like by Benesse, right? So everyone knows Shimachiro. Then, so when you get Shimachiro's door, you have to give them your email or address or phone number or things like that. Then the company sends you direct mails or emails or phone calls or things like that. So this is the flow of the DRM, and watching like Benesse, they're best at marketing and especially direct response marketing. Then it's pretty simple. So gathering prospect customers' information like emails, phone number, or addresses, things like that. Then we educate. So educate means like giving them information, like what we do and how valuable our information is and how our lessons are, things like that. Then sale. So this is the flow of DRM. Then thinking about things that we have done, and as I showed you, like the timeline, things are like platforms are changing, but fundamentally, it's always DRM is the pillar of marketing. So that's something that never ever changed. Even though, from the newspaper era, it's always DRM, it's in the pillar. Then, it's sometimes overwhelming. Sometimes, we have to follow up with trends like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube ads, and all sorts of things like that. And it's so like overwhelming, right? Like it's like I can't keep up with those kind of things anymore. But and actually, I do not follow those kind of things anymore. But knowing that there's something that doesn't change, which is DRM, then you just need to change a little bit of wording and design and creatives according to the trends change. So that's something that I like to mention this for this slide. So DRM is very, very important. So to summarize, so current marketing, it looks like this. So for example, customer, and we have a lot of different tools, TikTok, magazine, YouTube, Instagram, and the posting. But again, so fundamentally, what's important is, knowing this pillar or core, so whatever you call it. So DRM. So these are kind of like a shallow things. It can be changed depending on the era, depending on the trends, depending on hierarchy. So we have no idea what's going to be changed, right? So, but instead of following that, creating that follow 3 steps, gathering prospect customers' information and educate, then make a sales, which would never ever change. So then you don't have to feel very overwhelming and I have to keep up with the trend and have to hire marketing agency or anything like that. So please keep it in your mind. And if you like to look up more about DRM, there's a lot of books that I can recommend. So please let me know. Then I will send it to you. Okay. Right. Then. So now I like to talk about things that we should improve. So we don't have any digital marketing, we don't have any digital product or service, which limit us to be able to access to customers outside of our area. So as we teach offline, it's very difficult to reach out to people in other areas, right? So that's something that we have to work on. We have to, have some digital product or service that can reach out nationwide. And I think Ryan mentioned about we don't have many followers on social media either. Sometimes, number is power. Of course, quality does matter, but sometimes people follow because, some people have a lot of followers. So sometimes it's important. And no high-end service satisfying niche needs, meaning, so we don't have, we only have 1 week of once a week lesson or twice a week lesson, which is not so expensive, which we cannot satisfy a lot of parents' needs who willing to send their kids to, for example, international school or international preschool, like things like that. So it's when they compare us to those kind of schools, then we usually they usually win over us. So that's something that I like to change. And this is kind of in a way bold to say, but our business model is old and inefficient. So so our business model is like a typical business model. So 6 students in 1 class, and again, we can only reach to kids that are in our area, which is very limited. So that's something that I like to change, and I like to create something better for our business model. And not installing mission statement, which is chain of influence. So these days, a lot of people, we like to think why we do what we do. And also when we buy stuff, we like to care like how it's built and how it's made, right? So we don't want to buy companies that are using like a child slavery or anything like that, right? So that's something that we first started to aware of. And then in our case, in our company, chain influence is our mission, which is, for example, I get influenced by a lot of people, for example, being here. And especially back, like I started going to ETJ Expo back 10 years ago. And then a lot of great presenters were there, and I got to learn a lot of things. Then I got influenced. Then I like to influence others. Then I get really excited and happy when people that I influence other people. Do you know what I mean? So that's like a chain of influence. So I like to change that influence in a positive way. So that's something that we should have been able to, we're trying to install in our companies, but it's sometimes difficult to explain, kind of like a vague idea, and install into our daily work and things like that. So that's something that we've been trying. And then not being able to change my self-image. So I just touched it a little bit in one-on-one session. I try to accept the feedback honestly, then try to change how I see things and how I perform and how I interact with staff members and things like that. And lastly, not being crazy and entertaining. As the schools, go kind of well and stably, I start to, become more, how can I say that? Kind of boring person, not edgy. You know what I mean? Yeah, start to, go safe and start to calculate the numbers, things like that, which is very important. But sometimes, you have to make a big decision to create something people would never imagine, and things like that. So that's something that I need to work on. Yeah, so that is all my presentation. So I hope this helps. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Junpei.
Thank you.
I know there are a lot of questions right now. So I'm not gonna let you ask any. Tracy came to us from Wakayama City today.
Yes.
Right? Drove all the way up with her husband and daughter. So a round of applause just for that effort. I haven't known Tracy too long, a couple of years, I guess, and this is the first time we've
met in person.
Yeah, so
dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. We're looking for people to contribute, and I know that she's been working very hard, and kind of in Wakayama City, which is a bit isolated, and family and stuff like that.
Yep.
So She's here to share her story with us called My Origin
My origin story.
Story.
Like a superhero.
There we go. Oh, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tracy.
Thank you. When Eric asked me to come here today, I said no. I have nothing to share. I'm not an author. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't make any. Oh, there's Kenny. Hi, Kenny. I love Kenny too. I don't make anything. I don't produce anything. I'm just a regular working mother, school owner. Who wants to listen to my story? Thank you very much. And now I'm here today looking at everyone. I'm more convinced than ever I should not be here. But now I am here. I'll tell you my story. So I came to Wakayama in 1999 as a GEOS teacher. And I didn't know Japanese at the time. I didn't know anything about anything really. And I didn't really think of staying in Japan as a career. Just explore a little bit, teach a little bit, and then go home. And then 1 year became 2 years, 2 years became 3 years. And then I started my, I was actually doing karate at the time. And that's where I met my husband. And then I stayed a bit longer and longer and longer. And then we got married. So when I lived in Wakayama, like teachers come and go all the time. So I made friends and they disappeared. And then I made more friends and then they disappeared. And I didn't know any owners. I didn't know anything about anything. And oh, I'm really nervous. And then I used to do, like after I left GEOS, I used to teach in junior high school, and then I taught in a high school. So I had some contracts, and I used to teach going here, there, and everywhere, like by car to students' houses and going here. And then one particularly typhoony summer, my husband said to me, "Why are you doing this? It's just too much. It's exhausting. Why don't you think about opening your own school?" And then I laughed at that very much. I laughed a lot harder than I should have, I suppose. Like really, like open my own school, but I decided to give it a shot. But I was on my own. I knew nothing about anything. So I thought, how can I do this? And then when I opened my first school in my living room, I made so many mistakes, so many mistakes. Like I would agree to anything. You want a private lesson at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning? Come on in. You want a lesson at 10 p.m. at night for just one person group lesson at 10 p.m.? Sure, I can do that. Come on in. And then I used to, like, I had no idea about textbooks and fees. Like, I used to start out by students would come for 1 month lesson and then pay after the month. And then, so it'd be April, and I'd be getting April's fee in like May and then sometimes June. And that went on for a few years. And then also I'd be like, oh, I can't charge people textbooks. Textbooks are so expensive. And when you've got only 3 or 4 students, you can copy these textbooks. Sorry, Kitty. Sorry, Eric. You can copy these textbooks and people, they appreciate the effort and they say, oh, Tracy's so kind. That's what the Tracy School. So I was doing anything to please everybody to get as many students as possible. And then that went on for a while. And then I didn't know any other way. So this was me. I was all by myself. Okay. I didn't, sorry, that's the next picture. Go back picture. I didn't know how to run a school. I didn't know how to make contracts. I never had any contracts the first 5 years, 6 years, 7 years at least. And I didn't know how to communicate well with parents about their kids' lessons and how to charge. My Japanese was so at that time, but I didn't know anything. So I thought, well, what am I doing? I'm in Wakayama all by myself. I've got no one to learn from. I've got no one to talk to. So it was really lonely for a time. I was just making all these mistakes all by myself. And I wasn't really making any money because I kept copying things and buying things for kids. Like we used to have, every time a child had a birthday party, I used to buy a cake, like a whole cake. And like for 5 or 10 students, that's fine. But then as students increase, it's unsustainable. It's like every week I was going to the cake shop. like seriously, how many cakes do you need? And so that went on for a while, like a really long time. And then one summer I was teaching in elementary school. And the previous teacher had a book from Little America called the Challenge Book. And I opened the book and I was like, wow, this is what I'm interested in. This is a book that I can get on board with. This is what I want to teach. And then because I found that book, I also found on the web page that there was a group of teachers. Like, oh, a group of teachers I can talk to. Oh my God, this is also new to me. So then I went to my first teacher seminar in Osaka, where I met this guy, Phil, and I met David. That's actually in David's school. So I was by myself for so long that when I found that these meetings were taking place, I was so excited because finally I had someone to talk to. And I think it was Phil and David who said, you make students pay after the month? Are you crazy? What? And I was like, that's not normal. Is there another way? And then they said, yeah, of course. There's other ways. Like, oh, please tell me more. And I used to work, like, if there was 5 weeks in a month, I used to take the 5th week off. But then I didn't charge if I was sick. I didn't charge for New Year's holidays. I didn't charge if I was absent. Just the lessons they had, they paid for later. And it's like, what? That's not sustainable. You need holidays. You need time off for yourself. And students should pay for that. And I couldn't get my head around it. It's like, what? People pay you for time off? What is this madness? And it was true. Like 40, now we do 44 weeks a year and we have 8 weeks holiday, which is, I couldn't believe at that time. But after talking to David and Phil and other teachers, that was normal. And I didn't know this. I hadn't heard any of this before from anyone because I was all by myself. And they taught me, look at Phil there with his hair. Yeah. They taught me so much. And I learned that day that no man's an island. You need friends. You need to reach out. You need to talk to people and hear from people. And I think that in our business, there's a lot of rivalry, like, oh, they may steal my students, or they may steal my ideas, or they may steal my thunder kind of thing. But I think it's not that at all. Like, Kenny has given me some good textbooks. I've learned so much for Eric. Thank you for your textbooks. And I've learned how to teach better by reaching out to better teachers, better owners, better business people than me, because I have zero business sense, like seriously, not at all. I'm not a business person. I'm a teacher first, and I love teaching. And Phil keeps saying to me, you need to cut back on teaching more. You need to concentrate on your business to grow. And I don't want to yet, but I now, as I get bigger, I'm seeing the need to do that. But I wouldn't have been able to make those decisions if I didn't have the support of other great teachers who have been there for me and supported me and nourished me. And I think making friends and making groups like this is very important. So since that day in my living room with like 10 students, I now have 4 schools, 2 in Wakayama City, 1 in Sennan City in Osaka, and we opened a preschool. And I want to talk to Ryan later if he's about. Open.
We'll look for him. He might come back.
Okay. No, I opened a preschool recently, and then December 1st, we are opening our first Gakudo. And I didn't know how to do that either. I was like, what do I do? How can I do it? And then I'm by myself, and I thought, no, I know Adam from Gamerize who has a Gakudo. So I talked to Adam, and I know David has some kind of preschool thing going on. So I talked to David, and I talked to people about different ideas. And I think the point of my speech today and why Eric wanted me to come was to show people cannot do things by themselves all the time. You need to reach out. You need to make friends. You need to make contacts. It's not a competition. We're all there for each other. We all do different things. We all have our own plus points, and we all have our own special skill set. And it's better to see people as friends rather than see people as rivals. And if we're there for each other, we can grow, and they can help us grow. I would not be where I am today without Phil and David. That's not a word of a lie. They showed me so many things I could not find out by myself. So thanks to them, I'm in a much more comfortable space than I was 10 years ago. So I reached out to Eric for ELF. We use all of his textbooks in my classes now. Adam's Gamerized system we've started to use from November. And Leslie Neal from Big Bow English. She's got a library system going on, which I want to learn more about. But she has a system where kids can have a library card. Nixon library system. And we're gonna, like, the kids come in and they go beep, and then they send the line messages to the parents to say they've arrived. And when they go home, they go beep, and then it says, we're leaving now. So for the Gakodo, it's a really good point. And I would not have known any of that if I didn't reach out and say, hey, I'm doing this. Can you help me? Can you give me some support? Can you give me some ideas? And most of the time, in fact, not all the time, 99.9% of the time, no one has said, no, you know what? I don't want to tell you that stuff. Everyone's like, sure, come over. Come and see my school, come and see my system. I will help you out. I will be there for you. And I think from being all by myself, I think now my future in Wakayama is looking pretty good thanks to my friends. Oh, that sounds so cheesy. There's a lot of help from my friends. But yeah, that's what I wanted to come here today to say. I think I'm doing 10 minutes. I'm really sorry.
Tracy, you have to tell them how you met your husband.
My husband? No one wants to hear that story.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. So when I first came to Wakayama, I was traveling around the world. I went to Spain to get my TESOL certificate, and I went to America to do summer camps and stuff like that. But when I came to Japan, I wanted to learn Japanese. And the best way to do that is to learn something. And I'm not into kimonos or flower arrangement or things like that. So near my house, there was a Kyokushin Karate dojo. So I went there and I fell in love with it. It's like, oh, I get to punch people every day. Wow, this is great. So I thought, yeah, I can do that. And then I fell in love. I became a white belt and then an orange, and then I level up, and I enter tournaments. And my husband, he was a senpai. And one fateful day, we were training for the All Japan tournament, and he broke my rib. Not on purpose, not on purpose. It wasn't some kind of weird pickup line. I know what I can do here to get her attention. It wasn't anything like that. Like, we were fighting and he just went boom. And then that didn't feel good. And then I don't think anything of it. It's like, yeah, that's okay. And then the next day I could not get out of bed. I couldn't move. And I went to the hospital and they said, yeah, that's broke. You need to just, I feel like you can't really fix a rib bone. You have to put a corset on instead and just endure. And then because I went to the hospital, he called me and was like, oh, are you okay? I was like, well, you broke my rib. And he said, well, let me take you to dinner to say sorry. I was like, oh, that sounds nice. Having a secret crush on him for the past year or so.
It doesn't sound like an accident.
I have to ask him that, pretty much. But yeah, so that's how we met. And actually, it's because of his support. Like, he's a carpenter, so he knows nothing about the eikaiwa business. And not only does he know nothing about it, he has zero interest, zero. So again, like, I was all by myself. I had no business advice from him. He had no idea about the eikaiwa business. Like, he could make a great table for my classroom. Like, I've got great tables and great chairs that he's made by himself. But in terms of business, he was not, wasn't as informative as like Phil or David or whatever Eric has been. So he's been a different kind of support. And he actually now, because he saw what I was doing with my classroom, he actually opened his own dojo. So now he has 3 dojos in Wakayama. We don't practice together anymore. We don't practice. Once I got my black belt, that was it. Now my daughter's doing it. She's doing karate every day. But yeah, we've got lots of time to spare. Any questions? Yes?
Thank you, Tracy.
You have a question?
Oh, yeah, question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mike?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I can't get up. I haven't been up for like the past 2 hours. How many teachers do you employ?
Now we have 3 full-timers as well as me, and 7 part-timers.
Wow.
Yeah. But I'm a
Congratulations.
hopeless manager. I have 0 management skill.
Doesn't
I'm-
sound like it.
No, seriously, seriously. That's what I mean. My talent is finding other talented people and getting them to do work for me. So
Isn't that management?
I know. Isn't that exactly what you're supposed to do?
so I find like my manager, my Japanese manager is a rock star. She does everything perfectly. And I'm good at finding people and learning from them and then getting them to do stuff rather than me doing it. Because I'm the kind of person who can't understand what you can't understand. Like if I tell you something one time and you don't get it, why don't you get it? It's really easy. Like seriously, I'm a terrible, terrible manager. But I like teaching. And I think that the reason my schools have grown is because of my passion for teaching and my love for teaching. I don't want to be a manager. I don't want to be in sitting behind a desk all day doing paperwork. I love kids and I love making them learn, making them learn. You will learn. I love helping them learn, helping them develop, helping them grow. So I think that shows through. My passion for teaching and my passion for kids and their education has been a huge bonus in my schools, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice question.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
What a message, eh? Right? Yeah, that was. I
saw-
almost teared up.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was like it's true, right?
I think Bill did cry.
But I mean, and it's a good message for today. I think it kind of jives. Like we're all in the same business, and sometimes we do look and say, oh, so and so is doing this. We don't want to share because they might steal what we're doing. But it's quite the opposite. Like, oh, like we're all in this together, and if we should, that's the whole point of today. That's why I wanted to do something like this. So, absolutely perfect, Tracy. Thank you.
I think I may have to. People may have to watch the video because I was so nervous. I was talking so fast. And then this happened. And this happened. And this happened. Sorry.
Oh. I don't. This is not a dojo. Thank you, Tracy. All right. Our last final presentation is David from ABC David's English School in Osaka. David has an interesting background. I think maybe one of the few. Junpei has more the marketing aspect, but David was actually the general manager for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. So he has a service background. And focus on customer service and taking care of the customer and anticipating what they may need. David had his slides all ready and then the file became corrupted. So he redid all of his slides this morning. At the same time, he was supposed to be at his school for an open school, but he wasn't able to go. And then in his rush to get here on time, he scratched his beloved Lexus. And now he's here and we took him to the kitchen, gave him something to chill his nerves, calm him down just a little bit. So he's had a little bit of medicine. Fits in with today's thing. Yep.
If we talk too fast, tell him to slow down because the tequila is not working.
Okay.
And some of you know me, some of you don't. This just like Tracy, this is my first presentation for Eikaiwa group period. So my presentation about service adding value to your school. And here where's your evolution begins. So as Eric said, my background in hotel restaurant management and hospitality. I was a GM for Ritz-Carlton. That was my last gig before I moved to Japan. And when I started my school, because I'm not an educator, so I learned everything as I went, but I knew about service. And I incorporated that knowledge into my school, and that's how we grew. So I want to tell you a few things about it. So if you have any questions, more than welcome to ask me anything you want. I have at the end, I have not at the party at the end, because the topic is extremely broad. So it's difficult to put everything in 30 minutes or 25 minutes, and especially how the presentation is divided. So there's a little bit about what we do in my company, and then a little bit about the service and how it adds value to any business, but in this case to Eikaiwa business. Hi. Okay. All right. What about David? So can everybody see? Yeah, should I move here? Okay. Okay, good. So I'm originally from Los Angeles, California. Yes, I have an accent. Ask me later. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. 11 years in Japan. I'm married with children. Love and marriage. Okay. Background in hotel and restaurant management plus consulting, mostly in the high-end properties. Work with a few celebrity chefs like Stephen Piles, Dean Fearings, grandfather of Southwestern cuisine, Wolfgang Puck. Those are some big names that probably are most recognizable. And certified sommelier and mixologist. Maybe I will be quick. Some of the places where I've worked or I've managed. So the Ritz-Carlton was my last thing. I was a GM for Hooters USA in Dallas, Texas. I managed Staples Center in Los Angeles, where my beloved Lakers play. Yamashiro restaurant in Los Angeles, top of Hollywood Hills, catering with a lot of celebrities, movies, Oscar parties and things like that. And Stephen Piles restaurants chain. Okay. Do the Fondue. Fondue is the name of my company, so Fondue Kabushiki Gaisha, and we are taking care of ABC Davis English Schools and soon to be open English Amusement Bivako International Camp and Resort in Shiga. For those of you who are interested, please, I'm more than happy to talk to you about it a little bit later, but that's presentation for another day. But this is basically what my company operates at this moment. ABC Davis, so I started in 2012 in one Kominkan with 5 students, then kind of grew into 4 Kominkans around Niyagawa area where I live. In 2016, I built an actual school, and once we reached 120 students. So for those people who are starting out or back at home, keep your day job until you get to the certain level because you have a financial backing. That's my suggestion. In 2019, opened 2 more locations, and then by the end of 2019, we got hit by COVID with a lot of risk calculated moves and things like that, and doing just like pretty much many of us in this room did. We actually, our business did not suffer, but we actually opened a new location in 2021. Currently, we have 4 schools with over 700 students, plus a few, several kindergarten accounts. At this point, our staff is including 21 people, including management, teachers and TAs, teachers assistants. And that number includes myself and my wife. This is here, Masako. Hi. So that's a little bit in a nutshell about my school. What sets us apart? Day one mentality. Have anybody heard about day one mentality? Yeah, Ryan, can you enlighten us?
Well, essentially every single day is day one of your company.
Exactly. Exactly. Day one mentality. It's actually this is Jeff Bezos' mentality for Google, and it's if you remember when you first started and you open up your school, right? We have this excitement. We always, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. So you and once you get established, no matter what you do, it's usually you can get stagnant, and you can like, okay, everything going smoothly, I can relax. I try to run my company or our schools with that kind of mentality that every day is day one, and that's what I also preach to my team, to our leadership team as well, and never stasis. So never get stagnant and just continue moving on, continue improving, and that's I think probably the reason why we were able to grow the way we did. Next one is service. That's another thing that sets us apart. Service is a very broad topic, and everybody know what service is because we experience service in everything what we do in our daily lives, right? You go to the mall, you get service. You go to the restaurant, you get service. But the type of service, it's a little what service you provide, it's a little bit different. And value. Our school, as I will explain a little bit later, our school provides a lot of different things to our customer base, our parents, our clientele, and that's what when parents come to trial lessons in our school, and we do the explanation when we present everything that we do. That's what makes a lot of times the difference whether they sign up with us or they go next door. Can-do attitude. Can-do attitude is there is nothing we cannot do. If we can't, we will find a way to do it. So that's one of the things. And of course, our employees. So I would be nowhere without my team. So like I said, I have ideas and things like that, but my team with the years of training and communication and stuff like that, they're the one who's doing things. Just like today, when I wasn't able to do, we had an open school for bilingual program today, and I wasn't even there, but it went smoothly. And as of, so our employees, pretty much those are the 5 things that I think that what set us apart from others. The parent trap, irresistible value. So I call it the parent trap is how we trap the parents when they come for trial lessons to our school. So we reel them in and make sure they're staying. Some of the things that what we do, we are events. We're definitely huge on events. For those of you who know me and work close with me, I know Katie worked at my school for a few years. We are huge on events, on all sorts of events. I slowed down recently because as I start going into more different venue like Bivako camp and things like that, but we still do quite a lot of events. Summer school, summer camps, rafting trips, trips abroad, community involvement with kids in Japan, and also volunteering. And we brought some kids with us to other countries like Philippines to work with kids who underprivileged children and trying to support that way. And also branding. So those are the things that I think that really work well for us. Am I going too fast? No? Okay, sorry. I just put together some of the photos. So this is some of the stuff that we do. So some online cooking classes during the COVID because we couldn't do a live event. So we did it online. This is Naomi, one of my managers / translator. Some of the things we did, I was gonna say food and wine pairing, but those are kids. So we did food and water. Just like in prison. Tequila. Sorry, but things like that. So some other things like, we do huge block events like in the park, like a barbecue for 400, 500 people. Those are the summer camps, and we have international days events for older kids like junior high school. This was before COVID, but we take them to be able to use the English as a communicative tools, like bringing to Osaka, interviewing foreigners on the streets and things like that. So all of these things are, I think, that what makes our school fun. All right, this is some samples of branding. You do everything. We do everything in-house. So for Christmas cards, summer cards, we do kids contests. So before we used to design everything, do our own designs and do ourselves. Then we've switched the children do that, but it's another involvement that they look forward to every year. So then we choose the winners, and then we print it out, and we send out the cards to the parents, wishing them happy summer or Merry Christmas and things like that. Birthday cards, welcome cards, thank you cards. That we use for different reasons. We have a thank you card when parents come for trial lesson. Doesn't matter if they sign up or not. Right away, they will get a card thanking them for coming to our school. This is nothing, but this is when we have a trial lesson. We do have name tags in our school, but for trial lesson, when they come in, we have our own stick and peel. So everything designed in-house with one of my other managers, TJ. Some of you met him before. So those are the few things that we do. And now a little bit more about service. Mikasa Sukasa, everybody heard that before? Yeah. Can anyone, when you hear that, Mikasa Sukasa, what does it mean?
My house is your house.
Oh, well, thanks for the translation. That's not what I meant. But yes, my home is your home. What does it mean when you hear that? When somebody tells you, hey, you have a friend come into your house and you're like, hey, Mikasa Sukasa.
Be yourself, you're at home.
Exactly. You are part of the family. You are, hey, I know some of you who stay in my house, you're always, people, oh, can I get this? Dude, open the fridge, do whatever it is, whatever. If you cannot find it, just ask me, but feel comfortable, feel like you're at home. So that's the mentality for my part of service that we do. And what is hospitality? And this is not the poop, by the way. Somebody asked me, "Is it you let him?" It's not. It's a truffle. it's tequila. So what is hospitality? The dictionary definition of hospitality is friendly and generous reception and entertainment of guests, visitors, or strangers. Hospitality is when people are genuinely interested in helping other people. They want to make a person's special day even better. And those are the people who appreciate such rewarding experience. So we provide hospitality not because, we provide hospitality because that's how it makes also us feel. Not how we make others feel, which is of course a big part, but how it makes us feel. It makes us feel great because we know that whatever we've done or whatever we do is making others feel happy. And with that, it's our reward. Next part is stop listening and start anticipating your customer needs. I'm sure many of you heard that victory love preparation. And with that is one of the big things in my school is we always try to anticipate our customer needs. So anticipating our customer needs, that's something that I've learned while working for Ritz-Carlton Hotel. And they are probably one of the best companies in the world or in the hotel industry that they do that. They have a lot of great techniques and mottos, and it's easy to find on internet if you're interested. But anticipating your customer needs is basically before your customer tell you what they need, you already thought of it. So, and sometimes customers, they don't know what they need, but when you provide a certain service and then they go like, oh, wow, I didn't know I wanted, but I wanted it. Okay, so anticipating your customer needs, know your customers. Some of the points on that is customer needs versus customer expectations. Customer needs are basically value needs. If your customers or our customers are parents, see the value behind your product or service, they're more likely to buy. Same thing when you go shopping in the mall, right? If you see the value, you're more likely to buy. In our case, they're more likely to continue with our school. Service needs. If your customer receives attentive, emphatic, and professional service, they're more likely to keep buying, which means in our case, they're more likely to stay for a longer period of time. Okay, I'm sure everyone here have a different, if we ask you a question, what's your student longevity? We all have different answers, right? It depends on grade and things like that. But service value, service needs provides that they are staying longer. So for us is about 7 years or more. So it depends on which case. Some can be less, but in general. They are looking for timely and quick responses, understanding, and honesty. What's in it for you? Better brand positioning as a school or as a company. Amp up your customer service offerings. So basically with if you providing that service or those providing the value, you can always change things for the better. Number 3 is win customers and increase profits. So for all of us Eikaiwa owners, obviously, yes, we in education business, but we also run in a business. So with that, we want to increase the profits. And when we add service and add value to your school, you are making sure in the long run, your profits increase, whether it's a product you provide, whether the new classes you open, or no matter what you do. Number 4 is timely modify your product and improve your service to match customer expectations. Basically, don't be stagnant. You always, in our school, we always see what works and what doesn't work. Whatever doesn't work, get rid of it. Whatever works, see how you can improve it and make it better, or add other things to your to our school in order to anticipate our customer needs, and that way they're happy and they're staying with us for a very long time. And next one is stay one step ahead of your customers' needs, which is once again anticipation. Solving a problem or need is much more important than selling the product. If all of you probably once, at least in your lifetime, had an issue with a telephone company, or electrical company or whatever it is, right? And then the credit card company, that's the big one for me. I remember in US calling for the credit card company, and then I waiting for 30 minutes on the line, and then they transfer me to customer service in India. So we know it happens, right? So, and then it takes forever. In our school, our policy is to resolve any issues within 24 hours or less. It depends when the issue arises. If it's towards the end of the day, we'll make sure we take care of it by next day. Because the longer the customer waits, especially when they are upset, what happens? They start looking around. They start looking around. They're not happy. But huge communication with them from our office staff, from our management team. A lot of times, you know, my Japanese is shit. Sorry, can I say that? Tequila. So a lot of times I would ask Masako to call our parent and basically to let him know that we heard you. You know, we're being honest, understanding, apologize whenever mistake happens, because mistake happens all the time, and make sure that we take care of any issues quickly and efficiently. And with that, we're trying to eliminate any problems. Any questions? Okay, for now. Okay, and those are some of the 8 points that I come up with, that 8 ways to successfully anticipate your parents' needs. Anticipation equals focusing on tomorrow. So if you're anticipating your parents' needs in your school, you are not only preserving your business for today, but you're making sure you're sustainable in the future. And some of the points are: know your customer, establish an active relationship with them. It's a little bit difficult when you have a lot of students. It was much more easier for me when I was the only teacher, maybe me plus one, and then there was a small circle, you know, 120 students, 200 students. It was much easier. However, with COVID, because we did not allow our parents to come in now into our schools, but we're still communicating with them quite often and quite a lot, especially with the ones who's been with us for a very long time, because they are so used to have that closeness with us. And we would try to do whatever we can to make sure that we sustain that to a certain degree. Number 2, be proactive. It's pretty self-explanatory, but especially in Japan, with the Japanese culture and service, it's actually a lot of it's reactive. Let's, you know, something happens and then we're gonna fix it, or then we're gonna do it. You know, one example is a couple of years ago, when in Osaka or somewhere else, there was an accident, right? When there was an earthquake or something, and then the wall of the junior high school or elementary school collapsed and killed a child. Although the wall was already in a bad shape and they knew about it, but they haven't done anything about it. It took a life in order for them to rebuild it. So in our school, we are always trying to be proactive to make sure that problems don't occur, rather than, okay, let's wait and see. Number 3, listening versus anticipation. Only listening is not enough. Anticipate what they need. That equals the wow factor. As I said, anticipating our clients' needs are extremely important. And we listen to them, of course, and by what they're telling us, we're trying to figure out a way how we can provide a better service, how we can bring a better value to our schools. And with that, we will give a wow factor to our parents. Make customer success your priority. Customers achieve ongoing, long-term, tangible value from your product or service. Example, upselling, cross-selling, evaluations, collecting feedback. The best thing how you can learn about what if you're doing right or wrong, or what we can improve, it's from the customer feedback. I know some people don't like the feedback, because sometimes I feel the same. Should I not? Because you're going to ask them and then going to open a can of worms, and then you will make some happy and some going to be pissed. But then because they tell you and you didn't do anything about it because I thought it was a really stupid idea, but to them it is not. However, not being afraid to get the feedback and evaluate your school all the time, it is actually helps us. Because because when we do those little minor changes, or at least we call the customer and said, thank you for your feedback, and at this, you know, we heard you. At this time, maybe this is not the right time for us to do it, but we will consider it. And just with that with that focus and with that communication, I believe that why we've been successful. Number 5 is push innovation. So, right, we are 2022 and living in a digital world. And I know many people who are presenting, and probably Adam was presenting earlier, right? So the Gamerized Dictionary and all this stuff like that. You can't escape digital world. So bringing it to your school, it also brings the value. And a lot of times, like today, when we had the open school, when we explain to the parents that, you know, we do this and we do that, and, you know, we have every room have iPads and we do this and stuff like that, they're like, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. That's a wow factor. So ask for feedback. Once again, same thing. Keep up with trends. See what other people who are smarter than you, like Tracy said. You know, she learns from others. I do exactly the same. You know, keep up with trends. Keep up. See what's new out there, and don't be scared. And bring it to your school and try it out. You know, try it out with one class. Try it out with a small group of kids and see if it works. And then do the rollout in your school in entirety. So something like Eric recently done, right? He changed his whole school model and stuff like that. So that's you know, keeping up with trends and being innovative. The last one is go the extra mile, and people notice and appreciate it. So just once again, think about one example when somebody went extra mile for you, whether you went to the restaurant. Like everything is to the restaurant for me. I like to eat, but when you go to the restaurant, right, and you have that impeccable service, right, and you don't have to ask for things, and that waiter was just on his or her game. Whatever you wanted, it was there, right? And then your experience overall was fantastic, and then you don't think about, I'm gonna tip 15% or 20%. You just dump that shit, right? You just dump it and said, I will see you again the next time you come in and you ask for that server by name. It's exactly the same thing. Go the extra mile because people do appreciate it. People do see it. And in our school, parents do see it because when we do our enquete, a lot of time all across the board, we get fantastic reviews. So those are 8 ways how to anticipate your parents' needs that worked for us. And I believe this is the end of it. Let's put it on the Ritz. There you go. Okay, so basically, that's kind of described it. So put it on the Ritz that you elevate your experience, that your not only your students but your parents, who are the people who are paying to your tuition, what kind of experience you give them? You give them that Ritz-Carlton experience, okay? The top level communication, bringing all the ideas and sharing it with your customers or with your parents, and let them know why you think it's going to be great for the school in general and for their kids, and put it on the Ritz. And that's it for me.
Thank you.
Fine. All right. Perfect. Yes. Thank you, guys.
I think we have microphone. We have again lots of questions, but just in the interest of time, also just to point out something he mentioned about anticipating. Okay, I think we all anticipated something today.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
More tequila.
Well, very soon, as I think many of you know, because we talked about this earlier, one of our members is going to be turning half a century old. Is that correct? Century, right? Somebody, huh? Move in. Oh, sorry. Sorry. So, David. Talking about service and anticipating people's anticipating people's needs.
I was telling everyone I'm 35.
Yeah. You don't look.
Sorry to those that I lied.
You don't look a day over 51. We wanted to do something a little bit special for you. So can we get another birthday round of applause for David?
A little.
And a 1, 2, a 1, 2, ready, go. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday.
Hey, dear David. Happy birthday to you.
Ah, thank you.
And many more. All right, everyone got them? 3, 2, 1.
Ah, hey!
Wow.
Wow.
On the bar counter up
Thank
there.
you. Thank you so much. Ah, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. I have no idea. My birthday is Christmas Eve. And fucking sucks always. Always. The worst birthday ever. Because first of all, one present, you know, oh, we give you a big one, an extra large scarf. I mean, that does, you know what I mean? Because my birthday always sucks. I could never get people for my birthday because everybody with the families on Christmas. So, but thank you so much. Much appreciated. A little bit earlier. Woo! Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, in about 3 hours, I'll be jumping out of that cake.
Okay, round of applause for our panel. Before we get started, I want to say thank you again to everyone who's here, both online and who made the trip here. It's been a long day. For most of us, we have a lot to look forward to tonight, I think, but some people will be going home. So for those of you going home, just wanted to say thank you very much for making the trip and coming out. And so I think we all appreciate it. So round of applause for them, please. All right, with no further ado, we'll be taking questions. The way I'd like to do this is to take a question from the audience and then let the panelists answer, and then we'll take a question from online. And we'll rotate unless one or the other doesn't have a question. Okay, so that's what we're going to do it. So it's going to be a little bit difficult. I'll be running back and forth. If you have a question, please wait for the mic. Okay, please wait for the mic so that the people at home can also hear the question as well. All right, so with no further ado, who in the audience has a question? Yes, okay. What's your name? What's your question? And is it for anyone specific?
I'm John. It's for anybody. When you're thinking about opening a second or third school, how much time and money do you budget for it? And what do you do about the funding? Do you get a loan, or how do you go about doing that?
Excellent question. Rock, scissors, paper. Well, we'll go Ryan, and then Tracy as well. And for the panelists, please try to keep it as short as you can. All right, nice and quick.
As far as how much to budget, that's hard, but one thing we try to do is use an existing school to help support the new school as much as possible. So we want to, do the construction costs, as reasonably as we can. So that's part of what we look at the building is how much, not just how much is the rent, but how much will it cost to turn that into what we need. But also then we only open the school for 2 or 3 days a week the first year or so. So we want to be able to take some of the teachers we have at other schools and send someone over because we don't like to hire part-time. We only have one part-time teacher, and that part-time teacher used to be full-time and then married into a farming family. As far as banks are concerned, we do take out loans, and the main reason we take out a loan is the depreciation on the property. Not on the property, we don't own the property, the depreciation on the construction costs. So even, let's say it costs 4 million yen, and when we open a school, it's usually between 2.5 to 5 million yen in initial costs. And that's construction, the key money, all of that type of stuff. And then that's not including the extra staffing. All of that, it takes between 5 and 10 years, depending on which item, for it to come off your books as tax, as an expense, but you're putting the money out straight away. Right. And so that means that you have less money, but it's tax wise, the tax office is, if you spent 5 million and it's over 5 years, the tax office is only counting $1 million of that as your expenses. And so you've got 4 million in profit but you don't have cash. And so right now money is so cheap, whether or not that stays, we'll see. But so if you get a bank loan for 7 years, 5 to 7 years, then your bank loan payments and the depreciation roughly match so that your cash flow and the accounting are a little more in balance.
Thank you very much, Ryan. All right, Tracy, she's got a mic. Sorry.
I opened my first building, my house, so that was a great help with the expenditure. And then the second building we were lucky. My husband's father bought it for us because Wakayama City wanted to buy his house, so they gave him a bunch of money to knock it down. And we got that as an investment. And then the third building and the fourth building we're renting because my husband doesn't believe in loans. He thinks it's too high risk in this economy and it's not worth it at the start. It's too much of an investment if you don't know if people are going to come to school or not. And then my mindset is like field of dreams, like you build it, they will come. But luckily, we have been successful in that we've been able to rent a place pretty cheaply. People have come and that's covered the cost. And I think in the future, probably a loan and buying my own building is probably financially better. But my husband said, well, you don't know that. Like, look at Corona, look how quickly things fall apart. If you spend that much money now and then it doesn't become successful, you've got a hell of a lot of debt to deal with. So there's probably plus sides and minus sides to loan or rent. But for us at the moment, rent is working out pretty well.
Just quick clarification. When I was talking about taking out loans, we rent all of our locations. We don't purchase.
Okay.
So when I was talking about taking out a loan, it has nothing to do with purchasing.
Oh, okay.
It's taking out a loan to cover the cost of opening the location that we are renting.
That's why he needs to get married to a carpenter.
Excellent. All right, we're going to take one question from online. Phil, can you read us the first question, please?
First question says, I loved your thoughts on the future of marketing. I'm not 100% clear about the concept of DRM. Is this mainly targeting potential customers through email? What else could this look like? And I think this was directed at Junpei.
Okay.
I believe it was.
All right. Thank you so much for the question. And then, yeah, I didn't have much time to explain about DRM in details, but it's kind of like a simple step to market your product and service. So first, gather information from any format, any platform. It doesn't have to be email. So any format is fine. So these days, when you go to Instagram, there's a lot of people saying like, okay, so please click the link and follow my Instagram so that you will get a free book to learn whatever they're offering for. Then after that, they start to give you some information on either online or Instagram. Then so that's educate, right? Then after that, they'll offer some sort of like a service, like hey, we're opening a new class, so would you like to join or something like that. So platform doesn't really matter. So DRM is the step that you can take. So 3 steps. So I think that can be the answer.
Thank you very much, Junpei. Good. All right, let's take one from the people in attendance. Yes, Pedro.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for today. It was very interesting to see all your journeys. Mine is just beginning. I just opened my school in this April. I have been working in the industry for almost 15 years. I just finally took this step. One thing that I'm struggling is well, right now it's a one-man show and it's about communication. My question is about communication. So maybe mainly or aimed at Lawrence. Yeah. I'm having I'm struggling a little bit with means and times of communication. Like you said, myself, during class is not really a good time. There's children coming in, leaving. What time or what times do you do that communication? What times do you send the email? And then how do you engage in the responses from parents? Because I've had parents calling me while I was having dinner already at night. I'm sure this happens to everyone, right? I have a lot of parents asking me for my line, like, we want your line, like, and I don't provide that. Right now, the means of communication with my school is through email and personal phone. So my question is, how do you keep boundaries, and how do you effectively, what means do you recommend for communicating with parents? Thank you.
Boundaries. What are those?
I know boundaries. I think a lot of us probably started there with our personal lines, and you know, I when I first started, yeah, a lot of them were quote unquote your kind of friends. They're like, you know, your neighbors. There was maybe 2 or 3 years in, I deleted all my students from my Facebook. Kind of clean up the image as well. So any photos from college, like they just deleted them all. Nobody needs to see that, you know. Yeah, so my previous presentation was on like the business line account, and we can talk about that, help you set that up. But yes, completely separate the personal and the business side. I decided to do that. I think a lot of people don't do that, and it works well for them as well. One thing that really works is, you know, the parents, when they ask you in between lessons, you have a minute to kind of deal with it. If you can't, I always have a piece of paper, and I just write it down, make a memo, and tell them, you know, if I don't write this down, I'm going to forget. I'm writing this down. I will contact you after lessons. So they know that, you know, they feel important. They feel like I'm listening to them. And I do. And I do. After lessons, I'll spend maybe an hour or two just kind of messaging people. With the business line, they'll respond and I'll just get to it the next morning. I don't feel this need to respond, you know, right away. You know, sometimes if I'm in a mood, maybe. If they call, if it's during dinner, you know, with your family, maybe don't pick it up. You know, you can call back after your dinner, you know. But I think in terms of work-life balance, which was also probably today's, you know, one of today's topics, scheduling time for your family, actually making that, you know, a priority, put it in your calendar, time for yourself. I think none of us do it well. I'm pretty sure, but yeah, you know, I have a 5-year-old daughter, and sometimes I forget, you know, that I've been at work for a long time. And so scheduling time for that away from work, kind of turning off work. Yes.
Like I'm a single mom, right? So our school have very clear boundaries. So number one rule is to not call us anytime unless there is an emergency. So we tell them that if you always call us when there is really an emergency, we won't be able to pick up your phone, and they're okay with it. And also we say that, you know, on our newsletter, we say from this time to this hour is our time that you can connect with us, or else we'll reply you between these working hours, you know. I mean, this is all about like expectation management. Like think about it, we live in Japan where the ATM has to charge me more in the middle of the night. So Japanese people are very used to this. Like, you know, as long as you tell them this is what the rules are, they're fine. We never have any problems with that. So don't just give and give and give, you know, they don't appreciate that much. Yeah.
David's got something to say. Yes, I have a question. Are you one-man show with the backup of Japanese wife?
With the backup of an American one.
Okay, so that makes it a little bit more harder, right? I just my advice personally, not from the person that has several schools, but when I was one-man show, but I do have a Japanese wife that was helping with a lot of things because it makes it different. But from the beginning, establish your school policies, do the rules, because it's much harder to pedal back later. Because yes, as I think I touched that in my presentation, when you have a small amount of students, you want to do things for them and it's easy. But as you grow, it becomes more harder and harder and harder, especially if you don't have staff to help you do that. And then when you try to scale back, that's when you start dealing with complaints. So have a clear policy in your school. And as Lauren says, work and life balance. Think of it from the beginning. How do you want to do it? So
just to add 2 things to that, it's easier to add more later, but harder to take away something you've been doing. So as David said, right, so if you're open all the time to contact and that door's open, and you take it away, your customers will feel like you're giving them less. Secondary note, we've made a lot of changes. Actually, I think Satomi would be a better person to answer this question. But at our school, we have a phone. It's never used. It's always on quiet. We basically leave it there. We listen to messages and that's it. Line only. The school has its own line account. It's a personal line account. We got a phone. We leave it downstairs. It's in the school when we're there working, and it's not with us when we're home or doing our own thing. So for a relatively cheap investment, if you get your own phone and figure out a way to get like a personal account, this is the new school line account. We'll answer it during school hours. That could go a long way towards helping.
Why did you choose that personal line account over a business line account?
Because it was free.
Okay. Okay, so exactly, yeah.
I mean,
That
and
makes sense.
yeah, it was free. And so it's a little bit mendokusai, but we've gotten by, and we don't communicate too much. We do monthly newsletters that has a lot of information in there for students. So eliminating questions is a big part of the calculation. I think being, is giving them as much as you can in a clear, normal way each month, and they, oh, okay, right. Writing clearly is really important too. Yes. Yeah.
Really quick. Just a note, because you're on your first year. I'm on my 8th. My first year students, I have a different relationship with them because they were there. They trusted me, when I didn't have anything. The second, third years, they have rules and they have a different mindset when they join in. But the first years, they always have like a different kind of special place in your heart, So implementing new rules, you don't have to apply it to everybody, like the strict cop kind of thing. But from now on, it might be good to do something like that.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for your answers. Yeah. We have a question online. Phil, do you want to read that quick?
I think this is directed at everybody. I'm a sole teacher and I'm going to reach my capacity. When did you decide to expand?
I have the same question.
There's a question from our panel to our panel. Is that your plug?
I think so. Good job.
For me was when I knew that I can sustain living the other part-time or full-time job, and whatever money I was making, I'm able to sustain myself and my family. So at that point, it was 120 students. That's where we did the leap.
Does anyone else have an answer for that one?
I'll try to
Yeah,
jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, for us, a lot of the time it was just the space presented itself. In the ideal world, you can just make whatever school you want, wherever you want, but it's just kind of like the opportunity presents itself. If in our case, it was a lot of spaces that opened up in the same building and we didn't want someone else to get. So we would rent that and say like, okay, let's open something for that. But if you're thinking about a location in another area, take your time, wait for spaces to open up and really do thorough demographic research to make sure that it's going to be you don't need to kind of rush it, right?
Yeah, if I may add quickly, I would before starting, who's this, Michiko?
Yes.
Yeah, Michiko, sorry. Before doing it, have a training program done. Because if you bring in a teacher to cover and you open another school, if your teachers aren't trained, then your first school will start to lose students. So get everything that you're doing in the classroom down, get your materials down, get your training methods down, get your class structure down, everything down, and then do it. Bring in somebody, have them work under your, once you have enough to be able to support 2 teachers. And I did this once many years ago. We actually had like 1 year in our main school before going to the second school. And so at one point I just decided it wasn't worth it, but we were doing quite well. In 3 years, we had 110 students, ended up selling that school off, but just make sure you get your know what you're doing in the classroom down first. Yeah.
Add a little bit. I don't know if you mean in terms of staff or location, but for me, I'm considering hiring a teacher or staff because all of my time is going towards lesson planning and I can't do anything else. So I feel, I know managing people, it's a whole nother thing, but I see what you guys do and you can do these projects that I just don't have the time or like the mental capacity to do. So that's kind of where I'm at and why I feel like I want to expand.
Just one other thing to think about is deciding what your end goal is. because for a lot of people, and I am not discouraging people from hiring. That's not what I mean. But for some people, staying by yourself is the right move, because we took over a school that already had teachers, but it was I would say 4 years in before my wife's and my salary together divided by 2 was as high as our teachers' salaries.
I want to say that like maybe because I'm a female and I'm mom, it depends on what your life goals are and where are you at the stage. Do you have a Japanese wife at home to help you with everything, right? Like for me, like I am not that ambitious. Like I was, like I knew that I can do more, but like at the expense of what? Right. So now I am at a better place that I can balance my life. I have myself again. I'm a mom again. And I'm happy with that. Like, it's not the more money you earn, the more locations that you have is better. A lot of times, even when you have more teachers, you have actually more work. You have more locations, you're actually earning less money. Right. So think about what you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have one comment.
Sure.
On the topic. That's okay.
We have a comment from the audience.
Sorry. For us, I'm not an expert on opening the second location, but we just opened our second location this year, and I waited until the teachers I had at my first locations could handle everything, and I didn't have to do any day-to-day there. And after that was going well, this year that location continues to get more students, not losing students, while I put all my energy into the new location. So for us, it was just, I wanted to make sure that the first location was well taken care of before going to the next location. I didn't want to leave them behind.
Smart.
Junpei, go ahead.
So in addition to what they're saying, even as a single owner, it's possible to raise your price. Then it doesn't make sense because, in the beginning, it can be very cheap. But, as that person is saying, the capacity is becoming full, right? It's completely fine. And it makes sense to raise the price. And of course, some percentage of the students will quit. And it's of course sad and it's kind of, but depending on your goal, if you're going to be an educator, not manager. So, as they said, like if you're going to open another school, it's going to be like a completely different category. You have to learn about marketing and management. It's completely different things. So if you'd like to, make a career as a teacher and educator, it's definitely good to try to stick with, as a single owner and then raise the price, then just have the capacity that you can manage by yourself. That's what I think.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Oh. Chicka chicka boom boom. The other thing, by the way, just one quick note on that as well is, at least in my experience, you don't have to expand to a second location. You can just take some of the work you're doing now and maybe office staff. Or for me, it was our office staff was the first person I hired before a teacher. And that just made everything run more smoothly. And then the last couple of years, we actually switched it again so that our accountants are actually taking most of the work, or they calculate all the salary, they do everything for us. And so we have a part-time office worker only who comes in 2 to 3 days a week for 4 to 5 hours and gets everything done that needs to be done. So we've reduced expenses and much happier as a result. Instead of expanding, just a better work-life balance, right? So, okay, next question from the audience. Yeah, Brian.
This is for the people who have multiple teachers. I have 4 full-time teachers, and how do you get them to be invested? I mean, they're good teachers. I want them to stay. I want them to be there for a long time, and I want to be able to delegate more to them and have them more invested and build a good team. How do you do it?
We have no one will give a shit about your business the way you do. Just remember that. With that in mind, is as I think in my presentation I said, employees is number one. We always try to enhance our benefit package for the teachers, for them. So one thing I pride myself in our school is because we have pretty much zero turnover. Almost doesn't happen. Maybe once it happened that everyone stays. I take a long time to hire. And if I do have to cut ties, it's pretty quickly as well, but I didn't have a chance to do it because I take a long time to hire. But enhance and benefit package, and they see that they and provide opportunity that we always talk about, that you can grow with us. You can grow if this is where you want. You can have a career, not job. So with preaching that all the time, that worked for us, that people are interested. And then the also different pay structure depends on what do you do for the company. So because just as a novice teacher, things like that you get paid this. To get to the next level, you have to take on responsibility. As they take responsibility, and then they see that what they're doing, helping the team, they become little by little more and more vested. So that worked well for us.
Right. I see what I see here, two different questions, even though you asked one. One would be, how do you handle the 4 teachers you have now to make them more professional? The second one would be, how do you hire teachers? Because I would say you're at a little bit of a disadvantage, because how you get professional teachers is you start with the vetting process. And once they're already on with you, then it's a little bit more difficult. So like for us too, the vetting process for us as such is really difficult to get on. But when they're on, they know how difficult that was. And that right there created the atmosphere of, expectations there. Now, once they are on with you, and when we did have 2 teachers, when we got to about 3, 4, I got the idea actually from David Paul, but we created a leadership team. And on that leadership team, they would determine the policies. And I had veto power, but I don't use the veto power very often, because they're coming, their decisions are usually if not what I would do, something that fits our mission and our principles. And so they're doing that. And so now we've got a leadership team, professional development team, hiring team, marketing team. We had a software development team temporarily. And so like the hiring all happens without me now, essentially. The hiring team does that. The professional development team, we have 10 training days a year that all of our schools close, everyone comes together. I'm not doing that. The professional development team is doing that. The only team I'm on is the leadership team now. And so things like that, well, yeah, the pay packages and stuff, more benefits, those make a difference, but people want to feel like they have a voice, and so I would make like a leadership team and start giving them some authority where it's also their school. Sorry.
Follow up. Absolutely. Hold on just 1 minute.
So about the hiring process is, especially with the border being closed, I was kind of like, I'm going to take what I can get, because I really didn't have, either that or I don't have a teacher for some classes. I know what you're saying. How do you get to that point where you become choosy and you can be choosy, and how do you get to that point?
You start being choosy. And yeah, we do not we will reduce the number of students. I will be teaching full time before we hire somebody we don't want to hire.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Like
Panel to panel question.
yeah. Will you guys ever consider profit sharing with your employees? How much? How
David says we do that now. Hold on, David.
Sorry. Some of not everyone, but some members of our leadership team have a share a stock in our Bivaco project.
Okay.
Which was gifted to them. So
we had a 25% profit share in stock. We found that the Japanese staff, they didn't appreciate it because they confused it with the bonuses that they would receive from their companies. So they think a bonus is like 2 months pay. And so they would look at this profit share and they'd be, wow, what's this? And so it got completely confused. And the teachers, they were like, yeah, it was nice. But the comment was, I'm not quite sure what I do to make the profit better. And so we actually drop the profit share because we didn't find it to be effective.
Okay, Adam has something to add on this, by the way, as well. So Adam, go
Yeah,
ahead.
just to dovetail on what Ryan was saying there, I can tell you what not to do to create a motivated team, and that is offer incentives. Don't offer cash bonuses for anything. It'll always backfire. It'll always result in your teachers being less motivated and being very disappointed in the amount that they got. So, yeah, that's it.
Speaking from experience.
Yes.
We have a really good question online by David Jitosa.
So David is saying, in thinking about winding down and retiring, does anybody have anything to say about closing or selling your school?
How much are you selling? David asks, how much are you selling it for? I'm always looking for the next big thing.
Okay, is this short?
Wait, we got like, does anybody have an answer for this one?
I like last year, I almost wanted to sell my school. I went through someone who is very experienced. We got a number. We found a buyer despite like Corona. That means that our numbers actually went down. At the end, I think, the number one thing is we always know, if you are going to sell your school, you need to know that what you think you can sell versus what the reality is probably disappoints you. And I have been going around to a lot of schools to try to buy a school because I thought that would be a shortcut. And a lot of people just keep thinking that they can sell the school for a lot more than they expected because they think that, I have this number of students, but at the end, like, are they actually going to go with the new owner? Do you have anything that you are property rated? Do you have publications that come with it? If you're renting a place, what am I actually buying? If you don't have if you don't have teachers, you are one man band, what am I actually buying? Actually, it will be easier for me and more profitable for me to actually start something on my own, and people are not like, students are not going to leave because they are used to your way, not my way, right?
Don't confuse the value. Don't confuse the amount of effort you put in with the value it will have to someone else.
Yeah, David, mic drop moment there.
Yeah.
So
Ryan gonna duck into Hall of Fame.
I just answered David. I don't have an experience of closing a school, but I did sell a branch. It was about 2014, I think, at the school I mentioned we had built it, 13 maybe. Oh, maybe get over more. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there I am. And I had to, I just got tired of the second location. I was just keeping up with it was hard. And we didn't just sell the school. We also sold our system because we had the class books and we had our textbooks and we could work in some other things. So we actually did very, very well with how much we received for that. Kind of along the lines of what Doris was saying, if you're just selling a rented building with an iPad, it's probably not worth that much to someone else. But if you're selling more than that, then you can do well. So it really depends, I guess, on what you're selling and how, obviously we have a connection with our students. We don't want to, sell it to someone who's not going to do what we're doing for the students as well. So that's another important consideration.
What are viable exit strategies? I'm not there yet, but
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think the key point is you have to have something that's valuable to somebody else, right? You have to have something that is as a value besides a building and a couple things. So
From a business point of view, your ambition, everything does not count. It has to be something that you really can sell, right? So from the beginning, you have to decide whether you want this school to be your daughter's, your son's career in the future, or do you want to sell it? Talk to Dean Rogers. From the first moment he started his school, he did not want to teach. He did not want to continue school. He just wants to sell it. Right. So it's a little hard for educators because you don't want to just build a business for money. Right. But from the beginning, you have to decide on that. You cannot suddenly change the route. It's not possible.
Okay, Adam has something to say on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm not sure that we were addressing necessarily the question that was it David Junto originally asked. So we've kind of focused our discussion here on selling. What are other exit strategies? Are there other, and I don't know the answer. I'm kind of just, reposing the question. Are there other alternatives to selling for kind of getting out of a business that is kind of stuck with you that you can't sort of just put down.
Sounds like we need to have another conference. All right, we got a question here.
Junpei.
Oh, Junpei, sorry, Junpei. One more follow-up answer. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
So one thing I'd like to add, so to a strategy. So in system-wise, a lot of M&A companies usually ask you if it's runnable. Oh, okay. Okay. So if it's runnable without you, without the owner, if it's not run by itself, that's something that usually people from M&A company will ask you. So if you can start to build on that, it will be possible to sell in the future, I think.
Okay, we have a question here from Dale.
Hi, thanks everybody for today. But this is a question I originally wanted to ask Junpei, but I'd really like to see, I think it'd be interesting to see what the answer would be from all of you. If you had 50,000 yen to use tomorrow in one form of marketing, whether it be posting online, Google Ads, something like that, what would you choose if it was some kind of assignment and the return on it, you win a car or something, I don't know. But if you have 50,000 yen and you wanted to put it on one form of marketing, what would it be? Do you want
So I would say I would spend that money on research. So I think that's the most important part. So a lot of people tend to take it for granted. So people start to look for like, oh, what platform is the best? What kind of advertisement, design will be best? But without knowing what really customers want, it's very hard to create effective marketing. So in my case, I would spend that money on researching what the actual needs is and what demands and things like that.
You broke my question.
I would spend it on my SEO ranking since I've been working with a guy called Tyson. I think that some of you know him already. And he has pointed out the importance of having a high SEO ranking. And I know even myself, when I shop online, I just click the first 2 or 3. I don't even bother going down the pages. So having a high ranking has been good for us. So I would spend it on that.
Well, it's not easy to go third because they already said everything I want to say. But then I will add to it since I would throw a block party. So like we just recently done for Halloween, we throw a block party. Before that, we did flyering at the, hey, hey, it can be a small block, but I would throw a block party. And what we've done is we didn't advertise the school, we advertised a free event. We had over 1,000 people showing up. Some sign up for trial lessons on that day, and then some sign up for the campaign. So if, like I said, I'm adding to what they said because yes, that's majority thing, but the block party, get your community to know you.
Excellent, excellent. Do we have any questions online, Phil?
Yes, Junpei, do you offer a consulting service to help school owners improve their marketing?
Yes.
Now that you mention it.
I do, but at the moment I'm really busy, so I don't think I can handle any other project.
Okay, take a. Go ahead.
Yeah. Something that I learned from David, actually. So among many things. So we built a new school and we put up like the hand tree, and we got this our logo burned in a piece of wood for something really, really cheap. But what we had for our kind of opening event was take a photo and tag it on Instagram. So tag our school. But if your students were tagging your school, that reaches their friends, right, of similar demographics. So you're getting you're directly hitting your target audience. And not you, but their friends are advertising your school. So, right, because you did your ice cream, the free ice cream, right? We gave out free coffee coupons, tag it, free coffee coupons for the cafe downstairs. And so if I had, 50,000 yen, I'd probably do something like that again.
When we did sorry. When we opened our first branch, we got a food truck and had it and invite. We were on the first floor. There's an apartment building above, so we invited all of the people in the apartment, so they kind of get to know them, make sure we don't have any trouble with them, but also and it just made a little. And it was COVID, so we could be outside, and because we wanted to do trial lessons, but we couldn't really do it. So that was money well spent, and we got good relations with everyone now too. I don't want this.
I want to share a story. So when I started my school, I knew no one. So someone started with 4 students, you? No, yeah. I started with 0. I didn't know anyone. But then I placed in Google ad and I made a mistake by not stopping it. Although I worked for Google. Yeah, but then that's how my school was built, just because I forgot to stop it. Yeah, so from day one, we were earning money, and from the first year, we already have 60 something students, just because I forgot to stop the ads. So I truly believe in Google Ads and SEO and everything, maybe because I'm in Tokyo.
Excellent. Okay, I think we had some more questions here in-house. Any first-time questioners? No? Okay, we'll go second-time questioners. There you go.
It's a question mainly for Adam, but for anyone really. Do you have any advice about getting into publishing?
Well, Eric would probably be a better person to ask about that, because I'm pretty new at it. Gosh, where to start? I wouldn't say that we're necessarily successful now. And I think that if I were to start over, I might do some things differently. We created books for ourselves. We made books that suited our vision, exactly what we wanted. And it turns out it was a little bit hard for a lot of people out in the market to understand. So they're starting to grow a little bit, but it requires a lot of shipbuilding and explaining and helping with getting them to run. Because I think our course books are really great, but they're a little bit different from the standard. So I think Kenny King's in the audience there somewhere, right?
I was just going to pass it to Kenny.
I think he has a really good answer about that as well. We discussed this a bit the other day.
I don't know. I guess, what's your purpose of publishing? Why do you want to start publishing? Is it for money, or is it a passion, or what is it? Because everything I did was
for money, to be honest.
Well, just in my personal thing, I started doing the YouTube and the music. It was not about money at all. It was just something I wanted to do, right? So, and it kind of grew into business. It was a good time that I started. Now the market's kind of saturated, and to be honest, it's getting saturated a little bit. So, I think if it's a passion that you have and you really want to do it, that's what I would recommend. If it's for business, maybe teach more classes. Okay, I don't know. That's just my opinion. So,
You say it's not profitable.
Oh, no, it's profitable now. but I've also been doing it for over 10 years, right? So, I've been doing it for over 10. I've been doing it for 10 years, but to get to that point, it was a lot of work and sweat and money, and it didn't make money for a long time, right? So yeah.
Kind of working in the position. I mean, we've got a few materials that we're putting out there, and kind of in our position with I did kind of the intermediary position. I'm seeing kind of numbers at different places. And I think if you can get the flywheel going and it goes, then there's some people doing really, really well, but it seems to take a lot of time and work to get yourself going, and probably a lot more time and work to get yourself going than your school does. And if and a lot of people put in that time and work and time and work and time and work, and then it never goes anywhere. So if you're doing it for the money. Yeah.
Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have something a little bit more clever to say about it now. I think the more people that you involve in the process of making the materials, the more feedback you get, mood boarding, showing things to different people, getting feedback, trying them out, getting other people to try them out. Is probably the best advice that I could give, in that you'll come up with something that people actually want. So I think like I was describing, the first course we made was a little bit intimidating and a bit of a hard sell. The readers people they get it right away. But when we made our phonics course, we had elementary schools pilot it, We had other schools trying it out. We got feedback. We changed things. And then even more so with the Gamerized Dictionary, because it's a digital product, we're constantly evolving it with all of the different schools that are using it. We've got loads of feedback from a lot of the people in this room. Exactly. I think got loads of advice from Lawrence, Jared, who's in the back there somewhere. And we've constantly just been able to add those things. So that books are a bit tricky because once you print it, it's done. And then you have to kind of wait a while before you can make those changes, right?
Okay, we have an online question, a really good question, I think here, Phil.
It's from Amy Braun. She said, I would like to hear how school owners deal with online competition. How do you convince parents how a lesson with you is more valuable than an online class, online competition?
What I do is I also open permanent online classes. So they have an option, like, a lot of moms don't want to bring the kid and bring them back, so they can do online. And it's exactly what we do with our offline classes. And whenever they want to, if they want to travel here, they can actually make up to our offline classes. So yeah, and again, like, I don't know how many of you have actually trial on other online classes.
Other ones?
Yeah, other ones, like I have sent my kid to be the spy.
Has gone on to several different.
All right. How was it?
She said that a couple of them, their English levels weren't all that great. And it was just like you had to pick the subject beforehand that you wanted to talk about. And once that was done, they very quickly, time is up and then cut off, and then you'd have a little feedback loop.
Yeah.
So she said it was really cold.
Oh,
And it wasn't, you'd have to build a relationship with that teacher and continue with them, and it seemed cold.
Yeah.
So that's what
Yeah.
my wife said.
Well, I sent my kid to spy on other online companies. Yeah, have a kid for that reason, right? And I have to say that they are horrible. DMM, like whatever, they are horrible. They are boring. They don't lead you anywhere. The teachers are not well trained. They do not have a goal. They are reading whatever was on like the PowerPoint, that's it, right? So do you consider ECC Junior as your competitor? If you don't really have to worry about online competitors because they're not there. They're not your rank. Yeah.
And I think online lesson and the face-to-face lesson is not competition. I think we can work together. Actually, at my YSTA class, and some students take online lesson, online private lesson, because I don't have native teachers, and so I don't have time to teach private. So the online lesson is really useful for us. So I think we can live together. Yeah.
For us, we do offer online lessons, but they can join a regular lesson, face-to-face lesson through Zoom. So it's kind of more like hybrid, I guess. So it works out real well because once again, it brings value to the school and it gives options. And not many people taking it, but the ones who do, they're extremely happy. And then, so same thing what the gentleman mentioned, it's you feel it's cold. And how we approach it with parents is that we say that their kids know the teachers already. We know your child. We know how their behaviors. We know how they operate. And then we're able to sort of customize it for them. Which, if you take it elsewhere, it's just going to be just another teacher who most likely you will not get a second time in a row, because if it's a good teacher, it's impossible to book it. So that's kind of.
Okay, just a quick announcement on two things. Great, wonderful answers. Thank you, guys. One, Tracy has to be getting on the road. So can we say a big thank you to Tracy? Thank you very much. Drive safely. Arigato.
Wish you could stay. Then stay.
What's that? I think we have time for one more question. I think we're gonna wrap things up here. Okay, we're gonna go back to Dale here.
Hi, this is possibly a difficult question, but if there is, when thinking about the future of English schools in Japan, is there one dark cloud that looms over, one thing that you think is actually threatening to English schools in Japan, or something that you are concerned about? I think someone brought up things like there's disasters that could be around the next corner. There's AI translation, things like that. Do you think there's some kind of thing that you actually worry about that could be around the corner?
What a great last question.
We're gonna run out of kids.
What's that?
We're gonna run out of kids.
Down, like this. There we go.
I worry we're gonna run out of kids at some
Population,
point
yeah.
in the future.
Okay.
One of the things I can say.
Hold on.
In my area, we have some younger teachers that just came in after college, and paying back their student loans and things like that with the interest, not the interest rate, the exchange rate being so high, having their salary in yen and having to pay in dollars, they left. That's one of the wave of that is one of the things that I really worry about,
Thank you, Chris. All right, anybody else on the panel have something to say you're worried about? Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe something. I mean, I feel like they would have much better answers, but even the Gakudo in the first floor, they're kind of dabbling in kind of English reading books, book reading. So it feels like everybody, cafe, coffee, and English. So like, everybody is trying to do some English. So unless we kind of differentiate ourselves, we don't get thrown into that sort of, everybody and their mom is doing English kind of group. Something like that, maybe.
Mine may be not very politically correct because I'm from Hong Kong. I'm worried about China. Yes, because there's a new rule in China that they banned all this like juku from operating in China. And Chinese people, they are very business minded. They know how to earn money. They are very hardworking, and your money means a lot of money to them. So we can see from any other industries, like, properties, like investments, restaurants, what they do is they suddenly invade into Japan. Not Korea, but Japan. So they could, I foresee that there will be a bunch of them with a lot of capital, a lot of connections, a lot of cheap, China labor and Liu Gakse, they will suddenly open chains and chains of schools around. And that would be a big competition to us.
There's retirement.
I guess I see a bunch of challenges, and everyone's kind of mentioned them. I don't see anything that if we're paying attention to can't be addressed and handled in some way. This is all, though, I also think our way of teaching very, very focused on results and very focused on interaction and customer relationships as being the strength. And I am really worried about places that are trying to reduce costs and automate things so much, because if you're getting into automation and so forth and trying to reduce those customer interactions, you open yourself up to those cheaper options that are just going to do it better because they have the funds to do it. But yeah, I don't see a specific dark cloud.
Anybody else? Yeah, this one's fine. That one's blinking. Yep. The battery's telling us it's time. All right. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add on that. I mean, I do think that there are challenges. I think the market's shifting. I think the market's changing. I think Japanese English teachers are becoming more and more talented, more and more talented and better skilled in general. But I do think there's still a lot of opportunity. And I see a lot of people here that are doing interesting things. They're making changes. They're shifting their business model. They're adding things. They're, doing some online options. There's a lot of options out there. And that was the whole point of today, is getting together. So for those of you who joined us online, thank you very much. Round of applause for them. You guys there, you guys at home, we're hoping to get all the slides and presentation slides from everyone in PDF format, so you can go back over those. Hopefully we can get some contact addresses as well. So if you have questions for the panel, you can follow up. For those of you here in attendance, how many people are staying? Okay, most of you. Good. All right, this is going to be fun. All right. Yeah, and another special thanks to Adam for joining us online.
Thank you.
All right, a couple more thanks. Thanks again, Phil, for all the tech support. You've done a great job. And thank you to Satomi for taking care of so much behind the scenes. Really a lot of work. Dolly is where? Right here, Dolly's birthday cake and so much more. Thank you so much. And thank you again to everybody for coming. So let's close this up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get this second party started.